Got it. Oh, good morning. Hold on a second. Good morning, good morning. Oh, hold on, I'm just typing something, and I can't type. All right, wait for a few of you guys to get in here. As I do that, I'm gonna pull up some, my YouTube. YouTube. Let me do that while I wait. It's Friday. We ain't got no jobs. We ain't got shit to do. Whoa, dude. That was kind of weird. I just opened YouTube and like, that girl kind of looks like me. That's kind of scary. All right. Let's go to my, hold on a second. I should get some music or something, but you know, low budget productions over here in the Makeup Mobster channel. Low budget. Low budget. Speaking of low budget productions, just saying. All right, let me close out all these other windows. Good morning. I see some people. Hey, Blank Slate. Hello, Orange Butterfly. How is everybody doing on this beautiful Friday morning? It's actually really nice out today here. It's been pretty nice out the last few days, I do have to say. Sup, Life Rewinded. Good morning, good morning. Oh, wait a second. That's not the one I wanted to share. All right, so I'll wait for a couple more people to get in here. How is everybody? Took the day off yesterday. I had some orders to finish. You're at a doctor's visit at the VA. That's not fun. Waiting in the doctor's office is never fun. I hate doctor's offices. Oh, hold on. How is everybody? Yeah, I took the day off yesterday. I had a couple of things to do. I was running around a little bit, so yeah, having some coffee. Girl, me too. Cheers to that. Cheers to that. I had a couple of those pendants to make for the little beach pendants, and I did my first, I'm gonna do my first Canadian order. So I gotta figure out how to get the shipping on my website like to work right. But I did like an estimate for somebody, you know, because they said they wanted to buy, and I just want people to know that if you're buying out from out of the country, obviously like Canada, it's going to be expensive to ship. For a 1 ounce package, I did an estimate for them. It was $16. 1 ounce package. I ship like fucking like 5 pound boxes to people here for that, you know. I can't believe it, for a little 1 ounce package. Because I send the jewelry in those padded envelopes, and it's fucking $16 and change. I'm like, holy shit, like almost $17 to ship it, but they still ordered it, so they just paid me through PayPal. So if anybody is, you know, in Canada and you want to order anything, just message me, and we'll do it that way for now, because I could at least give you a shipping estimate. This way you know what you're getting into before you even, you know, order. And then you could just pay me through PayPal. So you don't have to go through the website. If you see something on the website that you want, just let me know. And, you know, we'll work something out. So, but yeah, so I had a couple orders of those beach necklaces. So I was working on those yesterday, which they're really easy to do. I mean, they don't take too long. And I ordered more sizes, because the ones that I have right now, they're 12 millimeters, which I think is about the size of like a dime. So if you want, you know, I'm going to add more sizes and stuff, even with like the pet hair things, pendants. Once I make more, I'll add more shapes and stuff, because I got a couple of emails about that too. So I'll add more, you know, variety on there. Right now, I'm just kind of like testing the waters to see how it goes, you know. I also have bracelet bands coming in. So I got a desk the other day. My brother-in-law is he's building like an apartment for his daughter downstairs, so he had to get rid of stuff. So he had this really cool old wooden desk and like a workbench, you know. So he's like, do you guys want it? And my husband sends me a picture of it. I'm like, we really don't have room for it, but I kind of want it because I want to set up like a jeweler's bench where I could like, do that. So yeah, so that we'll see what happens. So anyway, all right. So I did a poll, not really a poll, but I really didn't expect to get as many replies to this as I did. But it was a big talk of yesterday that Bullhorn Betty was live and she was interviewing Seth, and I said, let me go watch it. I was watching Burnt Toast last night. I go in there and I'm like, bro, could we just like collectively agree that fucking green screens suck? Like, could we just all collectively agree? There's hardly ever a time where these things are good. The only time I've ever seen anybody doing a green screen and it's actually worked pretty good, it's Rel. I don't know what kind of voodoo Rel does on his channel, but like his green screen doesn't really glitch. But like everybody else who's doing green screening, and if you understand chroma keying, then you'll understand why this just doesn't work that good, because it's picking up like tones in your hair or your, surrounding area. And I'm like, dude, like, first of all, there's just way too much on the screen going on, bro. Like, just way too much shit going on. You know what I'm saying? But like, holy shit. I just couldn't. I couldn't. Betty was in pure professional mode. But like, Laura's is always glitching. Half her head's like fucking missing. Like, it's just so stupid. Why do you need to have that thing? I just don't understand. Like I said in my post, like, you're not getting a fucking award for having the coolest background. So I asked if people would want me to review this, and then I was kind of shocked by the amount of fucking comments saying yes, because I was like, oh shit. Because I started watching it, and I'll be honest, it's kind of boring in the beginning. It is. It's kind of boring. So I mean, we could take a look at it, but it was a little boring. Like, Betty's asking, I mean, I might just skip the whole beginning and then like watch some of the later part of it, because first of all, they're just talking about the kid, and like, I don't, she's asking the dumbest questions. She's like, what did Sebastian like to eat? And it's like, I mean, like, who cares? Honestly, like, I don't, like, I don't want to know that stuff. Like, that's not the stuff I personally want to know. I don't really care about what people eat. Maybe other people do. I personally don't give a fuck what anybody eats, So, I don't know. It was kind of boring, but I do want to maybe just show the little beginning part where she's, she's in professional Betty mode, and it's kind of funny. Hold on a second. Like, this guy, I don't know. I'm not following this case like other people are, so I can't really, I don't have, look, I told you guys how I felt about the dad in the very beginning. Like, something is, what the fuck is her name? Is it Bullhorn Betty or Betty Bullhorn? Why do I always get this backwards? I'm turning into my mom, because that's what my mom used to do. She used to get like everything backwards, and I'm turning into her. Oh, this must be it. All right. Oh shit, hold on. It's blasting in my ear. All right. So let me share this tab instead. That busy screen. I mean, like, just this alone gives me a headache. Like, this, the distress lettering, dude. That was a thing in like the early 2000s. Like, people were, doing that. All right. Is this, no, this isn't it. All right, hold on. I gotta get to her. Bullhorn Betty. I always say Betty Bullhorn. I don't know why. I say it backwards all the time. I'm bass-ackwards. All right. Yeah, so you see, I watched up until that point. All right. Let's go in here. Betty was in professional mode. That my son, like, I don't know the players here. I mean, obviously, I know Seth. I know that this guy is, like, his rep or something, but, like, I'm not following this shit, because I honestly don't care to hear all the drama that's going on within the case. Like, until they have an update on this kid, I personally just don't fucking care, about anything else. There's nothing else. The dad, from what I was watching last night, and I said this from the beginning, if you go back to my streams when I have said anything about this case, that I felt the dad's a little bit of a troublemaker. You know, I don't know if he's like guilty of anything. I just think that he's a little bit of a troublemaker. You know, I think that, you know, he started a lot of the drama in this case, and he's a vindictive, shady as fuck ex. That, you know what, Beth? I was gathering that last night as I was listening. I was like, you know, I think he's still salty about the divorce and, you know, whatever. Do I think that means he's like guilty of a crime? No, but I don't, you know, I don't know. I don't know what to think, honestly. But I do know what I think about Betty's fucking getup over here. This shit's fucking great. This is like one of the things that just, this will always forever bother me. Like, I feel like if you're gonna get dressed up, do your fucking hair too. Like, I don't know. I don't know, I hate, like, even myself, when I get dressed up, like, I feel like I have to do something different with my hair. Like, I can't just, like, leave my hair normal. When I do, it just bothers the fuck out of me. Like, you know, sometimes I don't have time to sit there, you know, making my hair all nice. But I'm like, girl, like, this is just too much. You got the most going on here. She's got, you know, this purple cage neck with the fucking rhinestones. Some, I don't know, some earrings, and then like the red glasses, and then her hair is just like, dude, like, I mean, brush it, something, you know what I'm saying? Nope, all dressed up, and her hair still looks like she just rolled out of bed. Very professional, Betty, very professional. And like, dude, this background is just like, what the fuck? There's a fucking Days of Our Lives fucking time thing here. What do you call those things? I forgot. Sand clock. What the fuck is this thing? I don't know. A plane? Is that like a transformer? You know, the stepdad's head, Seth's head, her gaming chair. It's like, whoa, bro, sensory overload. You know, there's like other shit going on in the background, bright pink. It's like, dude, this is just too much. This is the most.
Oh, I worked really.
All right, so let's, I mean, she's really feeling herself. She's really feeling herself on this.
Good evening.
Her voice, I don't know, man. I was listening to Burnt Toast last night, and like, I don't know, maybe I'm like a little PMSy, but her voice last night was like honestly grating on my fucking nerves. It was grating on my nerves last night. Like, it is so shrill. This shirt is so 1996. Yeah. She's got some style. She's got some style.
It's nice to see everybody this evening. We have,
I love it. She's got the earrings.
obviously entirely too many people in chat.
She's in like news cast. I love how these people just have like all these different roles that they play. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have so many different personalities. It's like, I don't know, like, I just come on here and I feel like pretty much I'm me for the most part. Like, I always kind of talk the same, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Like, this is all like, I'm in professional Betty mode, you know? I'm in my newscaster mode. She even has like a pen, you know, like, she's all professional. Like, she's all, you'll see during this. She's like sitting there with the pen like this. She's like, yes, so, you know, like how newscasters would talk. You know, like, ever watch ESPN and they're all fucking holding pens for some reason, and she's like taking notes. She's sitting there like fucking writing notes down, and I'm like, dude, come on, Betty. Like, really? Nobody's taking you seriously like this. I mean, maybe some people are, but I'm not. That's for sure. All right, let's get me off there. All right.
Right now, for me to go through and say,
I just love how her hair is just glitching the fuck out over here.
Good evening to each of you individually. So we're just going to get started here.
I'm now in professional mode after yesterday, you know, the other day when I was talking about how JLR abused me. Bro, my mind is fucking blown, okay? I don't know how many of you guys watched Burnt Toast last night, but apparently, like, her and JLR were a fucking item. Now, I didn't know this. Did you guys know that? That's called the wave, Life Reminded. That's called the wave. She just parts it. Like, she doesn't even have a part. Her hair just waves the fuck over. Oh my God, so bad. It's like, girl, just like get a straightening iron. Actually, don't, because I don't think your hair can actually handle that. But get like a fucking curling iron or something. Or I don't know. No, too hot. I don't know. She's kind of fucked. She really doesn't have options when it comes to her hair. I don't think it would be able to handle any heat or anything like that. But yeah, so she's So apparently, like, the way she was making it last night was like her and JLR were a fucking item. And I'm like, that's so weird because, like, what was their first date at the laundry house? Like, when did they hang out? Because, like, he's always traveling the country, you know? I don't really remember them being together after the laundry house. Maybe I'm, you know, maybe when they went down to Summer Wells, right? And after that, I don't remember them hanging out. And I'm like, I'm so confused because she's making it like her and JLR were like a solid couple for 2 years. And then like, and could you imagine getting rejected by JLR? Like, my ego would be so fucking bruised. So I don't blame her in that, you know, aspect. Like, JLR fucking rejected you, dude. That's bad. You know, like you got rejected by JLR. That's pretty bad. All right.
Shortly, I'm going to be bringing Seth and Tony up here in just a little bit, but I wanted to take...
She's doing the newscaster hands. Let me, you know, use my hands to speak. Magnolia's pretty. I think I've seen, like, her... She's doing the newscaster hands, guys. She's doing it.
A few moments to go through some housekeeping
Oops.
items here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. We have a rule here. One rule of the chat. It's don't be a dick. Okay? You can say what you mean. You can mean what you say, but
don't disagree with me.
Say it mean. If anybody has a problem with that, you guys can, you know, exit stage right. This is
exit stage left.
How I do it for every interview that we do. And if you violate that, you will be banned and blocked from this channel moving forward. This is a
shocker.
A no tolerance policy when it comes to how we treat our guests on this show. So with that being said, I just want to welcome you all. I worked really, really, really hard for...
She worked hard.
Trying to craft some of these questions to keep it Sebastian oriented.
She is such a bullshit artist, dude. I tried to craft some of these questions to keep it, oh yeah, that's right. They went to Trump rallies together. You're right, Beefers.
For those that are just coming in and would like to learn a little more about Sebastian, Sebastian is an a high-functioning autistic boy that disappeared from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. According to his mother, he went to bed around 9 p.m. and when she woke up...
The dad during the interview last night, and again, I don't think I'm going to play this whole thing because it's kind of long, and to be honest, like, I personally, yeah, worked hard equals took a shower. I honestly, like, don't care to hear some of the information, but he kept doing this thing where he's like, you know, I don't want to say anything bad about the mom, but, you know, like, and then he would kind of take a shot at her. So I'm like, well, you kind of are, dude. I don't know. It was boring.
At 6 a.m. to get him ready for school, he was no longer in the home, and everything's kind of history from there. So
I have to do my newscaster hands.
I am going to go ahead, if everybody is ready. Seth, if you're ready, I'm going to go ahead and pull you up, and we will wait for
his camera is old.
For Tony to get in. I'm just gonna
all right.
Talk to you because this is really my first time that I had an opportunity to say hi to you. I'm Bullhorn Betty. It's nice to meet you. And
like, yo, I have to question how this guy even ended up on her channel to begin with. Like, of all the fucking places in the world, why?
And you know, just to kind of go over a few things with you before we get started. You know, thank you for being here, obviously. So I want to focus this interview on Sebastian, how you're coping with all of this.
This is where I'm just gonna fast forward because honestly, I don't know where I listened up to last night, but a lot of this was, I don't know. You know, the dad's sharing his memories and stuff with the kid, and
I don't know.
I don't know. I just don't want to play that on here.
I really don't know if I will quite, you know, ever get that. I'm just...
Why we lose our minds once in a while.
Who's this other guy? I don't know. I haven't been following this because it's just such a bunch of bullshit. He's a panel whore who likes attention. That's what I was getting. You know, it's weird. I feel like he just, you know, he's kind of enjoying the attention for this. He kept getting up, which was weird. But you see how he's like disappearing? Watch. He got up quite a few times. You see? He gets up and then he's back. And then hold on. Like I don't know. I don't know, dude. I don't want to judge the guy. I really don't know. It is
And
odd.
Yellow River.
One thing I did notice is which I didn't notice before, is how much the kid looks like him. He looks just like the dad. I never noticed that. Grief
River, which
grifter.
is clear out in Palmyra. So, but would he know how to get out to those areas?
Right.
And I've been out there. I've been out there along the rivers looking.
All right, I know I saw this part last night. Sorry, I'm trying to like orientate myself. I don't want to go back and watch this a whole other part because he's just like he's talking about the kid and like the things that he's into, and I just feel bad, dude. Like this whole situation's horrible.
I'm really sorry. I don't.
And Betty's asking, like, honestly, she's like, I want to keep this Sebastian focused. And it's like, she's asking, like, what kind of things that he's into. And, you know, like, what is he, you know, what, I don't know. She's asking about his room, like, all things that are kind of just, I'm sorry, but just, like, insignificant. And then she kind of gets in, like, I'll give her one thing through the interview was that she at least was allowing him to talk and didn't keep interrupting him, because I've seen other people on here try to interview people and they just keep interrupting, like talking over them. So I'll give her that she would ask a question and let him like fully finish his answer before she would answer, you know, before she would ask the next question. But like a lot of the questions were just like, to me, they didn't serve any purpose. She got into a little bit into, you know, do you think he would leave and stuff like that? And the dad saying no. I don't know. I don't know. She kind of just let the dad talk, really.
Just want to find my son. Just want to bring him home. Just want to bring him home.
When you learned of Sebastian's, you know, many medical issues and disabilities, what did the doctors instruct you guys to do as parents to properly care for your son?
Oh my God.
They
Why?
didn't
See, like these things I don't get.
instruct us to do anything.
So there wasn't like any special class?
She watched QB now asking what food he likes. Why is that like? Well, she definitely watched Queen Bee. That was apparent. I didn't watch it because I'm out like on this case.
Did
I'm
you
not
guys
paying
have to-
attention.
That they recommended or anything like that?
Well, Sebastian went to a lot of classes we didn't. He had speech therapy. He had
See, like, why does all of this matter? I don't get it.
speech therapy. He had fine motor control classes. He had gross motor control classes. You name it, whatever it was I could get him into, I got him into.
One thing I noticed last night, and I really don't want to sit here judging this guy, but like, I feel like he is almost in this like competition with the step parents or the mom or something of like who's the better parent, you know, like which I think happens a lot like with divorced couples where it's like who's the better parent, who's doing more for the kid. I could kind of sense that from like some of the things he was saying, like trying to just point out like what a good and caring daddy is, which, you know, that's fine. I don't know. It's, yeah. Yeah, he does talk about himself a lot. What he's done for him, you know?
Going to California was the worst mistake in the world.
One thing that was really weird that he said last night, I found this weird, is that he said that the kid went to school one day and said that he beat him up. And he said he was like 5 or 6. And I'm like, what? Like, yeah, I hate it too. I hate it. I don't like this shit. And I'm like, why would the kid just make that up though? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, out of the clear blue sky, why would the kid just make that up? That's so weird. I don't know. Kids don't really do that. I thought that was weird. For the kid to just go to school one day and randomly tell the teacher that the dad beat him up, like, I don't know. And then he's like, and I brought him home and I showed him Mortal Kombat and all the blood. And I'm like, what? Like, I don't know. It was fucking weird. That was weird. Very strange. Yeah, he's a washwoman.
The education system sucks beyond belief. First year that he was there, they literally taught him the letter S. Like, my son knows the whole alphabet and he can count 1 to 10. Why are you just having him do S?
Right.
Because y'all suck.
Yeah, he did a lot of complaining about the schools and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's
Oh yeah, he said that last night.
California. They're, I didn't know their education was, I don't know why I didn't consider their education.
Off topic, No Child Left Behind was handled the wrong fucking way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Instead of just passing kids to get them through class so their numbers look good, they should have hired more teachers. So you had a higher teacher to student ratio.
All right, I'll agree with him on that one. The No Child Left Behind thing is kind of stupid because there's no accountability for kids anymore. Back in my day, it was like, well, you're going to get left back if you don't fucking, if you don't do your work. Now you could basically not do your work and you're still going to advance in school. That's insane to me. But then again, we live in a fucking society of giving out participation trophies. So what do we expect?
That way the children would learn. Then no child's left behind and everybody gets a decent education.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. You had a lot of problems, like even with the type of classes your son needed in California. I think I heard you say that Georgia was the best, or was it just the opposite? You hated Georgia.
Oh, Georgia was extremely horrible.
Okay, gotcha.
Georgia's where they sat there and told me, won't your son just grow the chromosome back? Like he's a fuck. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm one of the lizard people, and don't worry, my eyes blink regular, but he'll grow back his chromosome like a lost fucking limb. I mean,
my goodness.
Special needs classes in California have less kids in class than other classes, and they have more assistants. Yeah, same here.
Best place ever was Kansas.
Nice.
Why were they moving all over the place?
That's kind of, actually, to be honest with you, Kansas is not really, wouldn't have thought of that, to be honest with you.
This is
They
weird. No, this does nothing for the missing child. This does something for her channel. That's what this does. That's all it does.
Facility in the town where he was from, Betty, and it's really good.
Gotcha.
In Riverton.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for Seth. I'm really sorry. I'm glad you're there. I'm glad you're here, keeping him, at least nothing more. He sees a friendly face when he looks up. It's got to be probably pretty hard on him and terrifying all the same.
This is so awkward. Oh, the mom was in the service. Okay.
I mean, I can't imagine.
Well, like I said,
I'm dyslexic and went to private school. They told me I was slow. I didn't find out I'm dyslexic until I went to public school in 8th grade. That is crazy.
this is what he wants to be talking about. It's not easy, but he would much rather be talking about this stuff than some of the other BS.
Yeah. Was your son, was he going to be a person that was going to need lifelong assistance?
Good chance and possibility.
Gotcha. And prior to this whole disappearance, what was your relationship like with the Proudfoots, with Katie and Chris?
I'm not an easy person to get along with, but neither is my ex-wife.
He keeps taking shots at her.
Mm-hmm.
The divorce was kind of horrible. I mean, she accused me of some nasty things, and
Here we go.
when
He's still bitter over the divorce. It's pretty clear.
when the divorce initially happened, I had an attorney, and pretty much he told me that he just wanted to play dirty
Is this guy getting paid at the bottom?
and take everything from her. And I was like, that doesn't help our son.
No.
I
it
just
doesn't.
want a divorce.
I don't know. I just noticed last night he's always trying to like pump himself up as like the better guy. You know what I'm saying? Like the better person always. It's odd. And I don't know if he's just doing that for attention. I have no idea.
So I could start again. And this was before she accused me of some of the things that she did. But when she
Like,
did,
who is this guy at the bottom? I'm so
Dad.
lost.
he was like, "You're the one that chose to play it nice." And I looked at him and I was like, I chose to be a human and not accuse her of everything that she's done. Child
So here we go again. He's starting more fucking trouble, dude.
still deserves a mother.
I'm gathering that maybe, I don't know, maybe the dad's like lonely and he doesn't really have many friends or people to talk to. And so like this is his opportunity to get his side of the story out. I don't know, but it's trouble, bro. And this is what's feeding these fucking assholes on YouTube to continue this drama and bullshit here. This shit right here.
Child still deserves to have his father. And
This is his second case. He was a crane operator. What the fuck?
it was like, well, this is what you get for playing nice.
Second case meaning what though? Is he like a private investigator or something?
And I looked at it and I was like, well, I hope you enjoy the rest of that retainer because you're not getting any more from me. I'll represent myself.
See, what does this have to do with his son?
So I did. And so much happened. I wish I had had more money. I wish I had a different thought process because I just wanted to be in my son's life.
He got girls from what I hear. What do you mean?
And I didn't think that my son deserved not to have his mother in his life.
You talk about, the obviously it was, and of course it's been plastered all over social media. So, even I know about the divorce proceedings and how.
Actually, I'd like to say something about that. It's funny how every one of her declarations that she wrote
Here we go. I didn't see this part last night. I think I turned it off because I was like falling asleep.
is out there. None of my declarations are out there. So everybody's only getting her written side of the divorce.
Yeah, he's salty about this shit still.
But nobody sees any of mine out there. I really think it's funny that that's out there on Reddit, but my stuff isn't out there on Reddit on the stuff that I submitted.
Yeah, that's it. That's
Yeah, exactly. If my kid were missing, I'd only talk about my kid to the media.
an interesting perspective. It seems like it's a one-sided narrative, for sure.
And I'll tell you right now, if people really want to look, they can look at mine.
See, and the people facilitating this shit on their channels like this, I feel like all they're doing is contributing more to the fucking drama. Having this guy up on your panel right now doing this is not serving the kid any fucking good. You know what I'm saying? Like, God, this is bad.
Because all of my declarations aren't written by me. I refuse to write anything bad about that lady. I refused. What happened behind closed doors? What she put me through?
Oh my God, dude.
The hell that she put me through?
This is bad.
I didn't have a single, I mean, we're talking about, I went 7 years without a girlfriend after the divorce. I didn't even,
Gee, I wonder why.
I wasn't looking for it. No. I mean, it takes time to heal from trauma, from abuse.
Oh my God, dude. This is bad. I didn't see this. I don't even want to be fucking playing this shit, dude. This is bad. This is fucking bad, dude.
And I was good living in my sanctuary, my house. The only person that came into my house was my son.
Yeah, exactly. He refuses to share it, so he's talking about it. He wants that's like a manipulation tactic right there. He did this throughout the whole interview. I kind of noticed where it's almost like he wants Betty to ask, and I got to give her some credit for like not kind of falling into the trap. Because I think he wants her to ask, like, what kind of things happened. This way you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like he said it on his own. If somebody asks him and he answers the question, it's different than him just coming out and saying it. So he's kind of being vague and saying this stuff on purpose, so that, with the hopes that somebody's going to ask him to like expound on some of the questions, this way he could say more, and then he doesn't have to take culpability for, you know, his answers. Like, that's what I was gathering that from what was before this, some of it. But most of what he was talking about prior to this point was just like Betty was asking him the dumbest questions about what the kid likes to eat and stuff like that. And like at the end of the day, none of that shit fucking matters. It doesn't, you know, it's not going to help find him. He's not going to be at like a McDonald's because he likes McDonald's. Like, I don't know. This whole story is so weird. And something's up. It's very weird.
This is the safest place he knew because he felt safe here. Of course, he's going to feel safe in my sanctuary.
See, that's fucking weird.
Because he had his own little sanctuary here, too. You want to know why he slept all the time when he was here? I didn't give him sleep aids. Literally was asked what I did.
That's a weird statement. That is a fucking weird statement. He's like, I didn't give him sleep aids. Like, did anybody say you did? Is that like a thing? This is fucking weird, dude. I didn't see this part last night.
Sleep here.
Like, this is exactly why I don't watch this shit, because I feel like this does nothing, you know, good to the child.
At my house. And I told law enforcement, hot shower and some sleepy time tea, which is still up there in the cabinet, bought at Walmart. I do it myself so that I can get to sleep a little
I don't give him sleeping aids. I just give him sleepy time tea.
bit
Okay.
easier. That's it. I don't believe in this medication and stuff that he was taking. I never did. And one of the reasons she divorced me is because I refused to sign off on any type of pharmaceutical medication for my son because I believed in home remedies.
Bro, seriously? Is this guy fucking serious right now? Oh, this is bad, dude. Dude, look, I'm not a big fan of pharmaceuticals myself, but like, you know, there's just some instances where you have to take them. This kid had disorders, diagnoses that require you to take, you know, medication for certain reasons. Oh my god, dude. Ay.
He had ADHD, then give him this. Got into arguments with psychologists at the school. You want to give him a cup of coffee every 2 hours. Well, you want to give him a pill every 4. I'd rather
Giving him coffee.
give him a cup of coffee and his kidneys will filter it out and he goes and takes a leak. Instead of building stuff up in the system and you're giving him Ritalin. You're giving
Why is Betty facilitating this fucking shit?
him basically pharmaceutical meth. What are you trying to do to our kids?
Yeah. You wanted good, wholesome remedies to help you.
He,
Not...
as a child, needed to understand that what happens if something happens to me? And all of a sudden, he doesn't have insurance anymore.
What is the reindeer thing with Betty? I don't understand that. I keep seeing people say that.
And then all of a sudden, he has.
Well, Seymour, that's what my doctor told me, because he's like, when I was doing my evaluation, he's like, do you drink a lot of coffee? I said, yeah, dude, I drink probably like 5 to 6 cups of coffee a day. And he's like, what does it do for you? I'm like, nothing really. It just kind of like calms me down and balances me out. And it's like, he's like, well, you're basically self-medicating with coffee. And I'm like, what? But he's kind of right in a sense, because it's a stimulant, and that's how you treat ADHD, with stimulants. It's obviously not as strong as a stimulant as if you were taking Adderall or Ritalin, but nevertheless it's a stimulant. And when you have ADHD, it's gonna have the opposite effect on you. So for me, coffee kind of calms me down a little bit, kind of brings me back down.
No idea what meds he's supposed to be on or anything else. And he's got to learn how to take care of himself. He's got to learn to function on his own without the use of medication. And until he was 8 years old, he wasn't on any medication. I refused that stuff. Didn't have a single problem. Had a structure and routine in the house, and he flourished with that.
Coffee, I could drink it all night, except there's just certain times of the months where I feel like I don't know, something in my maybe hormones go out of balance, and then I can't sleep for like a week, and it's horrible, and then I'm back to like, I could drink coffee and it won't even affect me, like, as far as going to bed. But I always had trouble sleeping too, so I take melatonin.
So you kind of hit on something, and I was going to be getting into your relationship with Katie a little further down in this, but you said some things that kind of perked my curiosity.
Oh, Betty, you talk like such a professional. She's like Betty Walters here.
Was Katie abusive to you?
Oh my god, dude. This is so bad.
She had a drinking problem.
Oh my god! Bro! This is bad.
You say abusive. She was active duty Navy. And, their slogan nowadays is I'm a sailor with a drinking problem instead of being a drinker with a sailing problem. You want to know?
Oh my god. Yeah, perked. Right. It should be piqued her curiosity. She's like Laura. She just like misuses fucking terminology all the time,
Know about emotional, physical, all that.
Betty must have been watching like fucking like interrogation videos. She's doing the read technique on him. She's like getting him all comfortable and shit. It's like, oh well, I'm gonna start this interview off by pretending I give a shit about your kid, and then we're gonna get into the real juicy stuff. Was Katie abusive? How about Chris? How many times did you and Chris fight? It's like, oh my god.
You can check all those. I mean, I dealt with a lot. Being a stay-at-home dad, and I'm not doing a man's job, and getting told this all the time, that she does a man's job. No, you're not doing a man's job, honey. You're literally an electrician. It's a profession, all right? That profession is not limited by your gender.
Dude, come on. Most electricians are men, okay? Most electricians are men. There is very few women in that field. I mean, let's just be real, dude.
I'm very... There's two jobs in the world, maybe three, but a man's job is to protect his family, and a man can impregnate a female.
Oh my god, dude.
A female is supposed to take care of their children. All right. Very Pacific gender roles in my life. The way I was
Did he say there's very Pacific gender roles?
raised. Everything else is a profession. All right. I got tired of him. So when she asked for the divorce, I was good. I was like, please. I just want to be in my son's life.
What does this have to do with the kid fucking missing?
May I ask you something? And I just want to ask you this kind of, because this has kind of unfolded itself like over the last 24 hours. Did Katie file for divorce on February 26th?
I have no idea. I'd have to pull out the records and take a look at when
What kind of fucking question is that?
she filed for a divorce.
Well,
'Cause I
somebody
wouldn't
is
know.
somebody is actually saying that it was February 26, 2019, exactly 8 years from the day your son disappeared.
What does that have to do with anything, dude? This is ridiculous.
2016.
Or 2016. Sorry, yes.
I wouldn't know. I'd have to go literally through either through the records, the paper records, or I'd have to.
I'm surprised he doesn't have him on his lap at this point. or
Go
like
through my
hanging
youth
up on his fridge.
bills.
If you found out that it was on the date that your son disappeared, what does that mean to you?
Oh my god, this is so cringe, all of it.
Just another day that she fucked my life up. Another day that she, what? First one was a divorce.
All right, dude, you just said that the fucking divorce was fine, and now you're like, you fucked my life up with the divorce? Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Way to destroy the nuclear family. Another one to take the last bit of my family away from me. She's good at that. Something I always told my son. There's things in this world you can
Yeah, your acting is terrible. All of this acting is terrible, honestly.
you can either build or destroy. Be a builder. Don't be a destroyer.
I gotta be honest with you, I kind of feel bad for the mother at this point, because this shit does not belong out on the internet. And the fact that this is being put out on the internet like this is they all need to stay the fuck off the internet at this point. I mean, you can't tell them to, but I'm just saying, like, this is bad, dude. This is not good.
That's not gender specific either. That's
Gender Pacific. Ay, ay, ay.
that's with everybody. And he was going to be a builder.
Yeah, he is the soul. I said that from the beginning when everybody was feeling bad with him and they're like, oh, the dad's, he's all in it. The first interview I saw with the dad, I was like, dude, he started all this drama, man, this dad. And that's why I was out. I'm like, I don't want to watch this shit anymore. He started all this shit.
At some point after the divorce,
And now you gave all these people all this fodder for, like, I hate that word, but, all these channels that just keep going live day after day after day after day after day with this. And this is their content now, for forever until, the next kid goes missing. Sick.
the animosity had to have calmed down. It sounded like you guys kind of got into a rhythm, a system, if you
Yeah, he's very lonely and bitter.
will. Sebastian was, going to your house.
He clearly doesn't care much for what other people have to say. He's like blowing his nose, walking away.
On the other, the weekends, it seemed like you guys weren't having custody disputes.
Jesus.
I'll wait for him to get back.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. I hate to say this, but this guy, I feel, and I felt this in the beginning, because he was so all up in the fucking search and all that, he's enjoying the victim role right now. Which could just be his personality. It might not have anything to do with the kid being missing. You know what I'm saying? Like, he just might be that type of person who enjoys the victim role, who enjoys being the victim.
I'm sorry.
And the attention.
Okay. I know this is difficult. I hate, it really sucks.
You hate what, Betty?
Just,
Shampoo? Purple toner? What? What is exactly that you hate?
but what I was asking is, after the divorce, obviously it was pretty contentious, and you tried to keep the higher ground.
Or so you say.
I didn't try. I did.
Yeah. You guys were clearly at some point started working together, started, making sure that your son, went back between the houses, that it was calm. It seems like you guys were becoming a well-oiled machine, if you will.
I mean, at this point, I can't be like, oh, these, people don't understand how YouTube works anymore. How long has this kid been missing? How many times have they been going up on panels? It's like, come on, dude.
Is that an accurate assessment?
Looking at these DCS records.
No, take those out. Just your knowledge of the situation. Just the way you're...
My knowledge of the situation.
Yeah, just at the time, before your son disappeared, you guys appeared to have the animosity worked out where you guys... would that be an accurate statement?
animosity was probably still there. It would raise its ugly head every once in a while.
Gotcha.
And I think it would probably have been coming from your end.
Me, I just tried my best to ignore it. Um, Simple things like, why don't you enforce the same rules that at my house, so on and so forth. And it's like, you got in trouble at your house. He got in trouble in your watch. You tell me why he's in trouble, and I will determine if it's severe enough that he will be punished here. But if it's not, I'm not going to continue the punishment.
Mhm.
This is a different household.
I don't know if
he
he
didn't
quit his job.
do his homework. Well, he's going to suffer on that end, but he's going to suffer at your house. He's not going to suffer at mine. Because when he was here doing homework during COVID, he did his homework. I didn't have to worry about it. I just don't see the point of him getting to come stay at my house and be in trouble for something he did at your house and being punished at mine.
Right. You wanted
You
to
know.
visit with him. You didn't want to punish him.
I got 2 days with him.
Right.
And literally, I go pick him up on Friday when he gets out of school at 3:00. I literally get Saturday all day with him and then have to take him back on Sunday. So I'm really getting only one solid day with him. You think I'm going to punish my son?
Right.
You're out your fucking mind. Mr. Chris, I don't like the fact that he's, you got him wearing underwear at your house. Well, we don't have the accidents at
Oh my God, why do we need to know this?
my house that he seems to be having at your house. So why, again, am I going to have my son wearing a fucking diaper at my house when he can get up and go use the bathroom and not have an accident?
Why are they talking about this?
Do you think Katie and Chris stressed him out? Do you think that's why he was having accidents?
They stress me out. And I'm not a 15-year-old kid. I'm in law enforcement, and I'm literally at DDC with 65 inmates that are either murderers or in there for a long period of time about to go to prison. And those two stress me the fuck out and worked up.
Bro, this is bad.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm sorry. This is just one of those. Take a deep breath, relax.
What the fuck, dude?
And this is probably gonna, my next questions are gonna kind of be geared toward Chris. So,
I just couldn't wait to get into Chris. I was thinking the same thing, Green Goddess. He keeps getting up. It's fucking weird.
according to Chris, both of you guys spoke. What he's told the world is basically you guys speak regularly. Is that true, and how often?
About Sebastian, yes.
Yeah.
But obviously, he's feeding me a line of bullshit.
Well, yeah, Tracy, if the parents are having a contemptuous, fucking relationship all the time, right? That's gonna stress the kid out. He goes to the dad's house. This guy's on the total opposite fucking page of the mom, right? And the stepfather. He's on the total opposite page. It sounds like at his house, it's it's a fucking free-for-all. I don't know. It's just there's no discipline. And of course, kids are going to be different when there's that fucking extreme of a difference at each parent's house. And he probably doesn't know how to act. Now you take a kid that already has, problems with perception and stuff like that and understanding things, and you put him in a situation like this with two parents that are fucking contemptuous all the time and have opposite views on things, that's gonna confuse any kid.
Shit every time I fucking spoke to him. And my phone number's still the same. And I know he probably watching, he probably in chat. Hi Chris, fuck off.
Oh my God, dude. This is bad.
You call me.
Dude, people need to stop having this guy up on their fucking panel. Seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
And
that's
also-
my key. That's been my key phrase, I guess.
Right.
But that's been my key phrase for a long time, way before my son went off to, play Houdini out of their house.
This guy is the new fucking Don Wells.
You know, beat me up, Scotty. It's only a Chevy. But I'm
What?
just tired of the bullshit. No parent should be going through this. Whoever has my son, just drop him off at a gas station, man. Show a little fucking humanity.
Mm.
My heart is missing.
Mm. Mm.
Just drop him off. Tell him to go call 911. I need my son. And I want my son back. Life ain't fair, but this is bullshit.
The dad's house is so great. How come he didn't want to go live with him? How come the dad was gonna force him to do homeschooling when he wanted to be in school with his friends? Yeah, right.
Give him just a second, Betty.
Yeah.
Wow, great spokesperson. See, if this motherfucker at the bottom, now I'm starting to question this guy's motives, because if this motherfucker at the bottom really gave a fuck about this guy, he would not let him continue to do this on these fucking panels and sit while sitting there. What kind of fucking spokesperson, if that's what he is, does that? You're allowing this guy to fucking bury himself. If I was this spokesperson, which I'm not a spokesperson, I don't know really what a spokesperson does, I would be like, get the fuck off the internet, dude, and go find your kid. Something's up with this shit, dude.
And you know, I know you're a smoker. If you need to light one up, go ahead. It doesn't bother me one bit.
He already smoked about 4 cigarettes on this panel.
I know
So
this has got to be just
she must have not been paying attention.
awful. While he's taking a break, I just want to do a check in chat to make sure everybody is doing well in chat and everybody's, you know, being good as good as it's expected with 2,800 people.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that right there, dude. That's what this is. Look at her fucking face right there and the excitement that she's getting because there's 2,800 fucking people sitting in her chat right now. That's what this is about, dude. These motherfuckers are all sick, dude. These fucking people are so sick. Sick. Because at the same time where the dad's fucked up, you're fucked up too for facilitating this shit. Because you don't give a fuck about this kid. All you fucking care about is the 28 fucking people sitting in your fucking chat right now watching this shit.
You know, so
You fucking clown.
so I do appreciate everybody being here. If you
Wow.
guys are getting something out of this, please consider hitting that like button. And again, Tony, I do appreciate
Hit that like button, guys. Make sure.
you know all this. I know this has got to be crap.
We
you know, shit hard.
we
Anybody that's facilitating any of this shit needs to fucking just stop, dude. Just stop.
appreciate you. We appreciate the format. We appreciate you keeping this predominantly about Sebastian. I mean, like I said, these
Really, dude? The last, I don't know, however long we've been listening to hasn't been about that kid at all. It's been about divorces, who's a better parent, abuse. What are you listening to? This is bad.
questions aren't easy for a grieving father, but this is really what he wants the world to focus on is
Is his divorce?
Sebastian. And he says that 20 times a day. And I think you would agree after seeing him tonight that he clearly means that.
Yeah, well, I got to tell you, you know, it's been hard. I mean, I'm thankful for these glasses, and one of the reasons why I'm not taking them off because you'll see my eyes are like they're tearing up.
Oh my god, bro. Dude, like, I need to go. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta go get my fucking boots because the bullshit's getting deep in here. It's getting fucking deep.
You know, I'm having it's hard for me, you know.
So she's not taking off her clear glasses that we could see right through that actually magnify her fucking eyes to hide her tears? What? These people are all con artists. We're watching 3 fucking con artists on the fucking screen right now, dude.
to hear this because it's just a bad situation, you know. We don't. Nobody wants to be here and
Celia, I would start a YouTube channel, and all that my YouTube channel would be fucking flyers of my son missing. That's it. That would be it.
we are. So what can we do to help? You know, at this point, I don't know. You know, I really
This isn't helping.
don't know except keeping his name out there and letting people know who Sebastian is.
That doesn't really help, just to be quite honest. I don't see how that's helping. Being on the internet is not helping. Again, this is now considered a fucking genre, okay? And like even to the point where there's Crime Con, which I'm sorry, I think it's a little fucking weird. I'm not gonna lie. You know, it's like I go to makeup conventions and shit, but the fact that there's like a convention for like Crime Con, I don't know. It's kind of fucking weird, you know, when you really think about it. But like, only the people that are interested in this are going to be watching this, right? Because that's really what YouTube is. It's like, you know, the people that are interested in the things that you're covering. We have the ability to go on, search for something, right? Like I want to learn how to make a fucking ring out of, you know, copper pipe. So I could go find that specific thing and watch that specific thing. So only the people that have an interest in this are watching it. So you know what I'm saying? I say this all the time because it's the truth. The people that are interested in this case are the only people that are going to be watching Bullhorn Betty's fucking channel, right? Did I say it right? Yes, I did for once. You know, like they're not going to, you know, the general public's not going to be watching this. So, you know, you're keeping the name out there for people who already are interested in the case and have the name out there already and know about the case. It's like, this, that's why I don't buy the fucking, oh, I'm doing this for awareness bullshit, because you're really not. You're only making people that are already aware of it.
Well, I mean, you said it 100 times on your show. What we would ask of everybody that has a heart, that doesn't want to go through this, that has some compassion, is that we focus on the child. We focus on Sebastian, and either do your part and pray, do your part and keep the word out there, or just move on to another missing child that needs a platform.
And there's always, you know, you can always go and just, if you want to do something, go post a flyer on your pole right outside your home. That's probably the quickest and easiest way you can help.
You know, I just got back from...
Yeah, that's going to help on Long Island. Clearly the kid's not here. You know what I'm saying?
As you know, I just got back from North Dakota like 15 minutes before we got on.
How cold was it there? I hear it's cold all year round.
No, it's like 70 degrees. It wasn't bad.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But you know, I had...
Oh my God, wait a second. Are you telling me that the whole entire Earth is moving closer to the sun this time of year? Like, what the fuck, dude? Hello?
The magnet on my...
It's cold year round. It's not like he lives in fucking Alaska or some shit where it still gets rather warm during this time of year. What the fuck is this idiot talking about?
Truck, and every gas station I stopped at, from Oklahoma to North Dakota, and every gas station in North Dakota, I went in and put flyers on the windows. Mm-hmm. And I think one of the messages we want to get out there is we don't know where this child is at. Mm-hmm. And, you know, it might sound silly to be in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and be putting flyers out 40 minutes from the Canadian border. But, you know, we've heard theories about him being in Alaska. We've heard theories about him, you know, being across the border. I mean, you know, it's just, we just don't know. And, you know, people that truly want to help, that have...
I feel like if this kid left this house, okay, it had to be with somebody he trusted and knew. You know what I'm saying? Like, that kid did not leave the house with a stranger. He left that house with somebody that he trusted. So, I don't know. It's fucking, I don't know. This is crazy.
Compassion that are part of, as I always say, part of the solution, not the problem. Mm-hmm. You know, anybody can print a flyer off. I mean, it doesn't have to be on 50 cent a sheet paper. I mean, they could be black and white flyers. It's still getting his image out there.
Yeah.
You have to ask yourself when you're involved in cases like this, are you an asset or a liability?
That's really funny. Look who he's talking to saying this.
And there's really no in between.
I think he either met somebody online or, who knows? There could be a teacher. There could be somebody in his, I don't know enough about this case to know. Just like with the Summer Wells, I feel like there was so many shady characters around that little girl that it really could be anybody. In this case, I don't think that there was as many shady characters in his personal space, but somebody convinced that boy to leave his house that night.
Right. Right. There's not.
You don't know. He could have been online talking. I don't know. The only reason I think it's not an online thing is because I feel like the police would have kind of been onto that already, because they could subpoena that kind of shit and get search warrants for computers and online accounts and everything like that. And I feel like they would have already been led down that path. So I'm more likely thinking that it's a I mean, it still could be, and the police just aren't saying anything, but I'm thinking it could be somebody from his, real life.
Really a middle of the road. It's all in or all out.
Right. Exactly.
Well, I've got a few questions, for you, but I'm kind of waiting to the end because it kind of all dovetails into my closings.
Betty's like, oh my God, I finally get to use my pads.
So the only real thing I can really ask you is how has, and it's going to be kind of talking about behind Seth's back, but how has Seth been to you, behind the scenes?
Where is Seth?
We talk multiple times a day. I mean, I have a routine. I usually check on him in the morning. I check on Randy Harris in the morning.
I'm just going to fast forward through this because I got to be honest, I really don't care about this guy. Oh, there's Seth. He came back. Okay.
I'm trying. You know me. I'm prying over here.
Buddy, I'll tell you what, you're going to be putting time out after this show. I can promise you.
Yeah.
I could promise you, but I'm here looking out for this guy's best interest.
Well, this is just an unfortunate thing, but it's kind of hard because I'm trying to find the perspective, and the way I'm seeing this kind of unfolding is it seems like Chris is like the domineering one. And how often did you speak with Katie before all of this? See,
she's making it all. She's like, oh, I'm making this all about. Get the fuck out of here. Hold on a second. This fucking asshole. Alright, sorry.
Your primary contact Chris, or did you ever speak to Katie?
I spoke to Katie. But see, the animosity that's there between me and Katie wasn't really there when it was me and Chris.
So you just find it easier to work with Chris than you do to work with Katie?
Yeah.
Prior to this, right? Gotcha.
Correct.
How did Chris approach?
Oh, she was trying to act like she was keeping this very focused on Sebastian, but she's not. She had no intentions of doing that. She wants to further slander the parents.
When he asked you, how did he approach you when he asked you to take Sebastian full time? What was that conversation like?
Many discussions had been had before it was approached, but both Chris and Katie and everybody was like, he is a different child when he comes back from living with you.
I didn't even notice this because I barely pay attention to people's fucking whatever these things are, the ticker, but Venmo, Cash App,
because he's a different
PayPal.
child. It's like I kept trying to tell him if they're.
Yeah, why is Chris domineering? Because he defends his wife? Yeah, exactly. Well, Betty's a fucking dick hater, just like Laura. So, you know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, men are fucking all evil. Because, I had a bad experience with a couple of them. So, it means that they're all fucking assholes. Any guy that stands up for himself or stands up for his family, he must be a controlling fucking asshole, right?
Having a problem with him, let me talk to him.
I mean, she was abused by JLR for fuck's sakes. I mean, shit, you know?
Let me know what you'd like me to address so that I can speak to him. Me and Sebastian could, from an early age, me and Sebastian communicated. Like, before he could even speak, he would do grunts and sounds and stuff like that, and point, and I'd know exactly what he wanted. And it upset some people in life, but it's like, it's not my fault. I know what my son wants.
Mm.
You know, our wavelengths were more in tune. I connected to my son. I mean, you kind of do that when you're, you know, deadbeat tired to the world, and you're sitting there feeding him a bottle, going, "I'm still awake. I'm still awake. There's still milk in the bottle." You know, trying. I've got pictures of where, you know, he literally crawling everywhere, and then he would just hit his limit, and he'd be out on the floor, and it's like, do I pick him up, wake him up, or do I just
Leave him.
slide a pillow up underneath him and then put a blanket on him, and you know,
It's always him saving the day here. Yeah, right.
Trying to
Welcome to
get-
parenthood. That's what this is.
20 or 30 minutes worth of sleep while he's passed out.
Yeah, check the ROs in the area for
And
real.
it's just one of those things. It's like,
How far is his house from the parents' house where he's living?
I believe children are supposed to have a solid foundation to lean on as they grow up. And I believe I was that solid foundation
Wow.
with the structure that I had in the house, everything routine, you know. The court system literally at one point in
This is not about the kid again.
time during the divorce told me that I was borderline abusive because I had, you know, shower time at 7 and bedtime at 8. It's like, how is that borderline abusive?
He said in this interview earlier, which I didn't play, but like he said he was at work. It was very weird because he really gave such an alibi on here. He's like, I was at work, on camera, in the jail, blah, 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 blah. Like, is that true? I mean, has that ever been verified? Because I don't know, man. I'm questioning this dude more I listen to him just because of the way he's trying to like pump himself up as like the great hero dad. You know, I was so structured and everything was so perfect here, and it's like it was so great. Is that the case? Because like, dude, it's okay. You know, I know on the internet it's probably not, but in reality, it's okay to admit that like raising kids is not fucking easy, okay? And not everything's perfect and doesn't go perfect all the time. And as a parent, sometimes you lose your shit and sometimes, you know, you have your moments because guess what? We're all human, you know? So it's like the more you're trying to make it seem like you're such a perfect parent, the less I'm believing your story because nobody's perfect. Nobody is. You know, every parent out there makes mistakes, loses their temper. You know what I'm saying? It happens. Kids are fucking pains in the fucking asses. So, and then on top of that, you're taking care of a child with special needs, which is even way harder to do than just taking care of a kid who's, you know what I'm saying? Who's neurotypical, shall we say. Like, you know, it's harder to take care of a child that has all these, you know, different conditions going on. And like the way he's trying to make it like everything was so perfect over there really makes me question things because that's just not reality. Like as a parent, you know, Betty might be falling for it because she don't have kids. But as a parent, okay, who I know how hard it is to raise just one kid. One kid is hard. I mean, come on, dude.
It's routine. You know, it's school. You need to lay down. You need to have
CPS says differently about him.
your hot shower, be clean, lay
I don't know anything about that, but
down
yeah.
clean in your bed, and whether you're asleep or not, but you need to be laying there so that you will go to sleep.
Sounds
I
militant
don't know
to
how
me.
that's what I did with my grandchildren. I put them down at 8 o'clock because
Oh, stop it, Betty, with your grandchildren. You don't have grandchildren, girl.
then they can rest their bodies, and they're usually off by 9:30 after horse playing for an hour or so, and us
But I
all
was
learning.
told that I was borderline abusive by a judge in California for having a set routine for my son. He was in school.
Bullshit.
And that's what they tell you to do, is have a very, that's one thing that throughout this whole process that has been instilled with me from all the parents, is that a strict schedule is.
Well, if you know anything about kids with autism, okay, they're very, very, very regimented and routine. And so when you veer off a routine with children that are autistic, it could set them off into a complete fucking meltdown of epic proportions. You have to have them on a routine. That's one thing I know about autistic children.
Is the best way for autistic children to survive, and to thrive.
Good morning.
And they didn't even have him diagnosed as autistic, but with the chromosomal deletion, it was simple to understand that it's not even for autistic children. It should be.
Earlier in this interview, he just, everything he brings up about the kid, he brings up like, oh, he couldn't play football. That's why I didn't want him playing football, because he has this thing on his brain. Like, everything came back to him and how he, did such great things for the kids. And again, I don't know, man. It's just, the more you like try to brag about how great of a parent you are, like, the less I'm kind of believing you, dude.
All children.
Like, that kind of stuff for most of us just kind of goes without saying, right? Like, if your kid is hurt or has something wrong with them, you're going to do everything you can to protect them, to prevent them from getting further hurt, right? Like, why is this guy pointing all this shit out? He's going to such an extent to point this all out, how far he goes to protect the kid and, do this for him and do that for him, when it's like most of the stuff that he's talking about is just stuff that like all parents collectively should be doing. For their kid.
All children need to have a routine, and it's a foundation, because then it's stability. They already know what's going to happen.
Stability?
As the night progresses. No surprises. You got to go, you got to take a shower, you got to get to bed, so that you can get plenty of sleep, so you can wake up in the morning, eat breakfast, get ready for school. You need the sleep for your mind to recover and your body to recover, so that you can absorb the information that's being taught to you at school.
How was your relationship with Katie when you two met?
What does this have to do with anything? She really wants to play this, parent. How is Katie and how is Chris? She wants to play that angle because it goes with her narrative of blaming them for this. Because she always needs a nemesis in every case that she covers.
What do you mean when we met?
Were you aware of her abuse as a child?
I was aware of that.
What does this have to do with anything? Yeah, stability.
How did that affect your marriage?
Seth, stop for a second.
I prefer not to speak about her personal stuff.
There you go.
I still consider myself.
It's about time you made a fucking choice that was good, dude. Please. This has nothing to do with anything.
A gentleman, whether other people do or don't.
Mm-hmm.
And that is her personal life. And that is something that, for me to say anything of it, would be disrespectful for anybody to speak on how somebody else has been essayed.
Gotcha.
Okay, well, I didn't know her abuse was SA, but thank you for telling us.
Then let me ask you this. And this is going to be a pointed question, and you may want to answer it, you may not want to. Do you believe Katie would abuse your son?
Come on. Talking about SA, my son?
No, abuse your son. Just abuse him.
Mental abuse?
Yeah. Would you get a little more specific here? Because abuse is just a fucking, like, general umbrella term, Betty. Holy shit, bro.
Physical?
Oh, he put her personal stuff out there? That's great. See, yeah, that's fucked up, dude.
Verbal?
I mean, for my son to
I'm telling you guys, if this guy works in a fucking jail. God help me, but he's the one who's sneaking in cigarettes and shit to the inmates. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Just sat there and have told me while we were living in California that why does why does mama hate you so much? I wouldn't know, son. She's never said that to me. Oh, she said that on the phone to you. Well, no, she didn't. She had already hung up before she said that. Things like that are mental abuse to a child that was called my mini.
What?
And whether she realizes it or not, every time she said something that was negative about me,
He already. Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure my son took it to heart because he's my son.
Well, I have to. How when you hear Katie talk about your son,
Honestly, I just wanted to watch this to see Betty's performance. Like, I cannot believe what I'm hearing out of this guy's mouth right now.
this is one thing that's really kind of rubbing me a little bit raw. You know, she talks
Rubbing me a little raw.
about some, in my viewpoints, the way she talks is disparaging. Do you
The way she talks is disparaging. I don't know. I haven't watched any of her interviews because I, like I said, this is crazy to me.
are you getting that same?
You're talking about
Ooh, that's a good question, Zizi. Did he have any enemies who were incarcerated who were released? That's a good question.
her interviews and stuff since this has gone on.
Yes.
I can't sit through any of her interviews. I can't.
That is a strange fucking thing to say. That is a very strange thing to say because you would think, right, that if you suspected that anything bad went in on that house, right, and your whole thing was to fucking find your son, right, that's all you care about, that's all you want, I would be fucking analyzing the shit out of every interview that she fucking did. I'd be sitting there with a fucking magnifying glass, watching her fucking eye movements, watching that shit in slow, watching it sped up. You can't sit through her interviews? That is mind-blowing to me because if the focus of this is to find your son and you think that something crazy happened at that house, I don't know. If it was me, I would be fucking putting my detective hat on and watching every fucking interview I could of that woman. What a weird statement.
I cannot listen to her. She won't even say my son's name.
No, she won't.
And there's a reason why I say
How do you know that if you didn't listen to her?
my son,
How do you know she won't say his name if you didn't listen to her?
because my son has a name. His name is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He's my son. I'm looking for him. I'm asking everyone.
No. He's not your son. He's yours and her son. You don't own him more. You're not more of a parent than the other parent. It's a 50-50 parenthood thing. Oh my God, dude.
Everybody to help find my son.
I won't be watching this guy again if he goes up on a panel because,
I don't hear her doing that. I don't see it. I don't hear her saying his name. I don't see her saying
But you just said you don't listen to her, so how would you know?
his name. I don't see that.
Does that
Nothing would have
concern
been
you?
nothing would have been better for me.
What does disparaging mean? It means like you're saying something bad about somebody. You're disparaging them.
Than being able to put our differences aside and work together
Bro, you won't allow that.
to find our son. But
According to Seth, he is the best prison officer and has no enemies because he goes out of his way to help any inmate who asks a question. He will research the answer and advise them later.
I'm not going to let some dirtbag run the show when it comes to finding my son. The only person that has an input on it would be his mom and me.
Is he calling the stepdad a dirtbag? What was that?
We run the show to find our son. I don't care if you're married to her now or not.
That's kind of fucked up to say. Not for nothing, but like, That guy has your kid in his home where he's putting food on the table, where he's putting clothes on that kid's back, I'm sure, where he's, paying for a roof over his head. And you just dismiss him as part of the kid's life like that because you're bitter. I'm sorry, but step parents are parents too, especially when they're, the kid is living with the step parent the majority of the time.
A united front is not me and the stepfather working to find my son. It's me, the mother, and her husband working to find our son.
Wow.
But he needs to learn how to support his wife in a supportive role while she looks for her son. But I don't see that. And it's not my job to support her. It stopped being my job to support her when she filed for a divorce.
No, it was your job to stop financially maybe supporting her, which I don't know if he was or wasn't, but to support as far as the child goes, this isn't about supporting her. This is about supporting coming together to find your kid who's missing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
The only support I have are some of my close friends.
Mm.
I have close family.
Where are your close friends? Why are they advising you to stay off the internet?
They're in other states. The support that I get from them is a phone call. See how I'm doing. I've got friends in other states. They call me, see how I'm doing.
Again, this is not about the child at all. And when I'm saying about the child, because again, I just don't think any of these interviews are helpful at any. This to me is not helpful. You know what I'm saying? Like trying to figure out where this kid is helpful. What did he do that day? What in the weeks before he went missing? Okay, what was going on in his life? What was, like Betty's asking what he ate. Who gives a shit? I want to know things like what was this kid like? What was going on in his day-to-day life? What kind of friends did he have in school? And, what about his friends' parents and stuff like that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't know. You don't know. That's the kind of shit that's important. Who was in this kid's life? Because 9 out of 10 times when these things happen, it's somebody you know, unfortunately. 9 out of 10 times, dude. It's somebody that you know. When kids go missing, when kids are, killed or or anything like that, 9 out of 10 times, I feel it's somebody that you know. So that's what people should be focusing on is who was in this kid's life and, what was his relationships like with all the different people outside of his home. Was there friends that he hung out with? Was there somebody's house that he used to go over? I don't know. I'm just like brainstorming here, but like none of this shit matters, honestly. As far as finding him goes, it's not going to help find him. And it's not going to help lead people into his, into that direction. What was he into? I don't know, dude.
But
she was the sole supporter. Wow.
There was a vigil you had, and there was
Vigil, another thing that's a waste of time at this point.
photos of Chris.
It's really just, these vigils and stuff that these people do, it's really just for themselves. I mean, honestly, to fucking make themselves feel better.
Kind of being in your personal space, in my opinion.
At a public vigil?
There were rumors at that time that he was screaming at you or raising his voice or, something about the whole GoFundMe situation. Do you have any comment on that?
You're speaking about I think that would have been we did the Light the Path. We did.
It was right before they were seen at a motorcycle shop.
Oh my God, her in this motorcycle shop.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Mm-hmm. Hey, he didn't raise his voice at me. He was asking to literally to work together. This was before I spoke to Tony.
Oh, that's interesting.
And before I spoke to a dog person who has completely ghosted me, by the way. I don't
Gee, I wonder why.
care what her opinion is. She can't be looking for my son if she doesn't have his shoes and his clothes. They're at my house. Chris has already said that he's not giving her anything of Sebastian's. So I'd like to know how she's got a scent
Yeah, his arms are up a lot in this interview. It's bizarre.
to find my son. And you know my phone number. Give me a call. He wanted to work together. I believe that was the one where another creator turned around and showed what I said at the very end first, instead of actually showing how everything went in order. And people took offense to me telling the people, if you don't like it, to F off or kick rocks or however I'm supposed to be PC. I've never been.
Don't worry, they would have gotten a lot worse from me if it was. If that was an issue.
I mean,
Oh, Betty gets to be a victim too.
people don't seem to understand, but if somebody walks over to my neighbor's house and sits there and be like, hey, I'd like to search your property for Sebastian Rogers.
I gotta be honest, I haven't watched one interview with this guy because, again, I saw one in the very beginning, and then after that, I haven't watched anything, so, like, I didn't know what I was getting into watching this shit. Like, this is insane.
His father has told me to come over and ask you. Now, if I have not given this person permission, and that gentleman that is my neighbor sits there and goes, well, sure, I know Seth, if he's asked you to care for his son, go ahead. That person goes in there, looks. I don't know that they're doing. I don't know what they're doing at all because they're not communicating with me. And they kind of stopped communicating with me, which is why they're no longer on my team. Because you're not going to do stuff without letting me know, because that's my name. If that person gets hurt on that property, then it's a liability for the property owner, and then it's a liability for me.
What the fuck is he talking about right now? I'm so lost.
And in the name of Sebastian Rogers, they got injured and hurt because they were doing what the father asked them to do. No, it's a liability thing. People don't seem to understand that. So when I sit there and I know that people are doing that right now, I get phone calls, police departments. Hey, is your PI hiring this person for, a dog person, and they said they work for you? I get calls like that, and I'm like, let me reach out.
At this point, I'm sorry to say this, but dog people can only do so much. The scent, any scent that had been left behind at this point is gonna be gone, dude. Like, the only dog people that would be searching at this point would be, unfortunately, for if he's no longer here. I mean, scent trails and all that shit's gone, dude.
Text them.
I would think, right?
Call them. Find out that they haven't. Reach out to my attorney to make sure my attorney has it, because they communicate with me. And then I'm calling back the police department. No.
I mean, not to be an asshole, but this guy's seriously sitting around wondering why nobody wants to communicate with him. This is bad.
Don't have anybody out there doing that. Well,
I knew this guy was a troublemaker from the beginning, but I didn't know it was like this. This is bad.
there's people out there saying that they are. So when I do go to ask somebody if I can go search on their property, and they'll turn around and they're like, well, you've already had searchers here. Why are you coming back? No, there's people here that are stating that they're searching and that they're part of my team. They're not part of my team.
Mm-hmm.
That becomes a real issue.
I find it very weird that there's two separate teams here. Right? Like, shouldn't this be like Team Sebastian and not like Team whatever this guy's name is, Seth? Shouldn't it be Team Sebastian? Shouldn't everybody be on the same fucking team in this situation? Everybody should be on the same team here, which is looking for the child. You shouldn't be fucking, it's not a competition. You know? Jesus.
people don't seem to understand. If people are going to do things on their own, do it on your own, but don't put me and my son's name into it. It's a liability issue. Because when I do go to that property and ask to go search that property, and the owner is telling me somebody has already been here and in my name has searched their property, and they were not law enforcement, they were not SAR trained, they did not have the, you know, what am I, and they tell me no. Now I can't search this property for my son, so I don't know if that property has been properly searched or not.
Right, right, because you don't know who did it.
I don't know who did it because I'm not having communication.
Mm-hmm.
Who is on my team to find my son is my choice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the one building the team. I'm the one that's responsible for him. As the general
This is fucking weird, dude. No, I just don't. I don't understand. Why is there two different teams here?
gentleman here has already said, I'm the boss. I'm the one.
He's saying there are strange people going into people's property without anyone's permission, and then saying Seth gave permission. I don't know, dude. This is
I
so
ask
weird.
things to get done. I asked Tony to do things for me. I asked him to put his feelers out to get things that I need. When I sit there and I ask people, if you want to help and you can't come and help search, send me an address to send flyers to. Oh, that became a huge. Seth's asking for your address. Yeah, I got 1,000 flyers that I'm getting ready to pick up, so I can sit there and hand them out to people who want to hand out flyers.
And let's just be honest with you. People that want to participate can give their address. The ones that don't want to participate, don't give your address. Go over to TBI and print off your own damn flyers. Let me just be very simple.
But some people can't do that. Some people don't have the monetary sources to go do that. And I'm
Let me ask you something real quick, and it's kind of talking about your team. Now, this is kind of like a little sore subject because, there's been a lot of criticism about Tony being on your team. I know
they
we're
can
kind
get
of
over it.
Yeah, but a lot of people are just concerned that he's taking advantage of you somehow. Is there a way for Tony to take advantage? Does he have access to money, fundraiser, your credit card? I mean, how is he taking advantage of you?
I don't know. Tony, how are you taking advantage of me?
I think it's those secret late night calls, Seth.
Oh, you mean right after I go to sleep when you call me to tell me that somebody's running their mouth? Or
Oh, so this guy's a fucking troublemaker too? Look at the duper's delight on all these fucking people's faces right now. Duper's delight. I don't know about him, but because he's talking, but that's some fucking duper's delight right there on the faces of these fucking weird dude. Sometimes when you take advantage of people, it might not even be in the way. Of course Betty thinks money because that's what her probably motive is 90% of the fucking time. So, she goes to that. You could take advantage of people in many different ways. It could be for attention. It could be for fame. It could be for a whole bunch of different reasons. It could just be a fucking troublemaker, psychopath who likes to fucking cause chaos and disrupt people's lives. Like, there's many reasons for why somebody would want to take advantage of another person. I mean, this is such a stupid question anyway, but
late night calls where I call you because I want to see how everything's going so I know what to prepare myself.
This guy's a felon? The guy at the bottom of the screen? Good God. What in the world is going on right now?
For the next day. There's nobody taking advantage of anything. He's a volunteer. If he wanted to, he can tell me, hey, I'm done with this shit. I can't do it no more. And I'd tell Tony, thank you very much.
Okay, that's very odd then. Why would you volunteer your time for this? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get this.
I appreciate it. I know where you live.
Maybe he's volunteering his time because in the future, okay, he wants to get his name out there, and in the future he could, use this to his advantage to take advantage of other people.
do you have a TikTok account?
No, I don't.
I'm on TikTok, by the way, too. Make sure you hit the like button.
TikTok account? Okay.
I don't have a Facebook. I have a YouTube account, which people have looked. I've had this since 2006.
Yeah.
But 2006 when I made my Gmail account.
Mhm.
That was 2 years before my kid was born.
Okay.
And before this, I used YouTube to listen to music.
Right. Yeah. That's the way I was too before I
No.
became Bullhorn Betty.
Seth,
Before I became Bullhorn Betty.
Seth, let me ask you a question. When you're
Wait, Tracy. Sorry, you seem to be. I'm paying attention to your comments because you seem to be like more in the know about this. Because like honestly, I was watching this just to see how badly Betty interviewed somebody. I really didn't have any fucking clue as to what I was getting into because I haven't been paying attention to all this bullshit. But I mean, I hear things here and there, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not seeking out any of this. I'm not seeking out any of this fucking content because I think it's honestly, crazy. From what I hear, from what I do hear. But anyway, so wait, what do you mean two? He's a. This is crazy. Felon 2. Who else is a felon in this story? Besides Betty. I mean,
with me, forget you paying for anything for me or me taking any money. When you're with me, do you even pay for anything for yourself?
No.
Well, thank you, Tony. God bless you.
Tony won't let me. I mean,
this is the most awkward conversation ever, dude.
he won't let me.
Mhm.
I've with my team, we've gone out to dinner at times, and I get the third degree when I start reaching for my wallet to pay for shit. And it's like, I was raised to be a gentleman,
Right.
you know?
He's like, I was raised to at least pretend I'm gonna fucking pay for shit, but I know everybody's gonna pay for me because I'm the victim here.
I had a particular female got mad that I bought her dinner, but everybody was splitting up the bill, and I was like, well, I'll pay for these two people here, this one and this one.
Right.
And I got the third degree because I was told not to.
He's always getting yelled at. He's always getting the third degree. Good God.
And I got yelled at because I left the lady a tip.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't, right?
In this world, you can't do anything right. But I tell you what,
Oh my God.
everybody's opinion is just that. It's their opinion.
Yeah.
I just want to find my son. And
Almost everyone on Tony's team are felons. One was a YouTube court thing. She can't leave her state or be around children for 10 years. Jesus.
Somebody's going to be haters out there.
Mm-hmm. So I want to kind of bring us back to
Sebastian.
the day. Yeah. And I want to kind of start now picking your brain on trying to remember, and it's going to suck for you, and I know, and if you need to stop or slow down, just let me know. But I want you to kind of go back to the morning of February 26th when you listened to your voicemail message and you heard Chris on it. Was it Chris that was on the voicemail?
The
Saying
text
there's some-
message.
I just really want to focus on Chris because I just want to blame him for something.
Text message. And
I
what
had a
did he-
missed call and a text message from Christopher Proudfoot telling me to 911. So I called him.
And what was that conversation like?
Tony's charges have to do with money I heard laundering, etc. Oh shit, girl.
Don't be angry or mad. Sebastian's missing. What are you fucking talking about? My son is missing.
Did you find the statement, don't be angry or mad, odd?
Yes and no. I mean, my son's missing. Distraught would have been a better word. Confused on why he's gone. Mad and angry now. With what I know, yeah. Mad and angry fits now. But then
When you
again, what I know now is
Mhm.
everything that Chris knew beforehand.
Did you get immediately concerned when you got that call that there was something seriously wrong? Did you just know immediately?
I left there and I was doing a well above the speed limit trying to get to Katie's house to find out what's going on.
Looking back on that call, that call you had with Chris, does anything now seem out of the ordinary or odd?
The lack of emotion, maybe?
Interesting. What did when you got there?
Oh my God.
What did Katie personally tell you happened? Did you guys talk when you got to the house?
When I got there, I assessed the situation before I walked in. There was law enforcement was everywhere, in and out the door. So
I don't understand what role of this guy Tony is. Like, I'm still trying to figure that one out.
by the time I got there, the dog people
He's really doing nothing to protect this guy. I mean,
were there, and the drone people were there. I was the last one to this stupid fucked up party.
What was it like when you arrived at the home outside of the craziness from law enforcement? You know, what was the behavior of the people, Katie and other people that were there?
yeah, to say don't be mad seems normal. I don't think they went into this thinking that the kid was going to be gone for this amount of time. You know what I'm saying? Like, in hindsight, yeah, it might seem weird, but going back now, it's like, okay, well, you know, who thought he was going to be missing for fucking a month, you know? Like, maybe at that time it's like, okay, he's missing, don't get mad. And honestly, the reason you say that with somebody is because you know their personality and they're gonna get mad.
When I walked in, Katie said something to me and then shoved her phone in my face. There was a picture of Sebastian, the one that you see him with his optimism shirt on. Started that kind of confused me on why she's shoving a picture of Sebastian in my face. I know what my son looks like.
Do you know why she did that?
No, still don't know why. I just started looking to see what I could see. Obviously, my son's not there.
How long were you there?
Turned around and I was there for a little bit,
Tony just sets his like
just
blood
enough
money.
to talk, to find out what was going on.
Social media advisor. He's
out
not
again.
advising him anything though. He's letting him run his mouth. Oh my God, Granny's watching's in the count in the chat. Is that the real one though? Hold on.
And
Let's
any
see.
evidence of anything to hear the evidence that was being said. And then I jumped in my truck and started looking for my son.
Fuck.
Immediately.
Within 30 or 45 minutes. I don't like a lot of people around me to begin with.
Okay, that's the. No, I don't know.
And
actually.
obviously my son's not there. And I'm under the assumption that he just walked out. So I jumped in my truck and started looking. Driving up and down the roads, screaming for my son.
Did you stay with Chris and Katie there for several nights?
I didn't stay the night, if that's what you're asking. Hell no.
Oh,
Yeah, Betty. He slept in between them. What the fuck?
okay, so you guys didn't sleep. Well, because I had heard rumors that you and your family stayed there, and I was going
You hear a lot of rumors and you just run with that shit.
to ask
No.
you about some.
No.
You know,
Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. They told us not to search.
I'm just so confused. So this guy, like, has no experience in what he's doing, which is technically trying to play the role of some type of what, spokesperson, public relations person. Like what? This is all just so weird.
All right. They told us not to be getting out and walking through the forest and shit like that looking for Sebastian. That they didn't want one of us to go missing while we're looking for our son. Understand that. That's why I did my searching out of the vehicle.
Wait, they didn't want him to go missing while searching for their son? What?
Driving around, hollering for my son, going up and down every road, looking as far as I can see, screaming for his name, almost went and bought a bullhorn.
I got
Betty's like, I could lend you my bedazzled one.
a couple around here. I can send you one. You might have to buy the batteries. You know, I wear them out, but I got an extra.
I don't think she's wearing the batteries out in the bullhorn. I think she's wearing them out in something else. Just saying, just saying, just saying.
extra.
I think it's a little too late. I don't think he's,
Yeah.
in the area.
What was Katie's demeanor like that morning when you got there?
It's really kind of hard to explain. But
Was she acting normal?
shoving her phone in my face, had a picture going, see, we're at BJ's yesterday and everything was fine. And I'm like, trying to prove something to me. That's not
That's
how
an
you.
odd statement.
It's not how you prove something to me. On top of that, that picture wasn't taken BJ's. It was taken at Costco, and it's like you're already throwing false information in my face.
Costco.
Do you think they actually went to BJ's or no?
I have no idea.
Gotcha. I was just asking. It wasn't on my list, but you were saying that, and that does sound like a really odd statement. Convincing language, so to speak.
Doesn't work on me.
Yeah.
I get plenty of liars at work. You know,
I bet you're I bet you're almost like a human lie detector.
well, I look at them and I call inmates on their bullshit. You know, it's like, don't try to bullshit me. It's not going to get you anywhere. You know, be as honest as you can with me. I'll be as honest as I can with you. You know, it's a respect factor. Mutual
I'm
respect.
diving in. Do you think she was bullshitting you
Yeah,
that morning? What?
yeah. That's why she doesn't like my opinion. That's why when I told Chris I needed to speak to Katie, well, you can't do that unless I'm there. I don't care. You can be there too, buddy.
Wow.
So
What was she wearing?
What does this matter?
I don't remember. She was dressed. I mean,
She was
obviously
dressed?
there was people in the house, so
Right. But I just didn't know if she was in her pajamas or she was dressed.
Who gives a shit?
So
Uh,
Betty, if the sale is that you were told not to look, and you were told to stay home in case your child came home, then we could buy that if they actually stayed home, correct?
Right. What was the weather like there? Was it raining or snowing that day? Was it cold? Like, can you?
first day was pretty decent. I mean, I think that low the first night was 50. The next night it got colder, and then I think on the third night on Wednesday, I think it was 20 degrees, and then we had rain for the next 3 or 4 days, and pretty crappy fucking weather.
But it wasn't crappy weather the day he disappeared.
No.
Did the neighbors speak to you?
Briefly, one of the neighbors spoke to me. Lovely lady that lives next door.
Dude.
She introduced herself. I'm horrible with names, but most of the time, the people that came over, I was just sitting in a chair. People kind of looked at me, and then they would have their conversations with Chris and Katie
No, I cannot imagine being married to this dude. Whew.
and Kathy and whoever else was there. There was some introductions, but I'm not one of those people you just introduce.
Yeah, they stayed home for the first 2 weeks until the vultures started showing up, and then they left. I would too.
I was watching their behavior.
Did the neighbors say anything odd? Was their behavior odd, or were they just appeared to be concerned?
Some of them appeared to be concerned. Some of them brought their video footage over for Chris to look at.
The Costco cover-up.
So Chris got to see all the video footage, and I didn't get to see shit.
Laura, send her a purple one. She needs a double-sided one, huh?
That's quite
Still in the dark.
that's quite interesting.
Wait, what did he just say? Sorry, I missed that.
Their video footage over for Chris to look at. So Chris got to see all the video footage, and I didn't get to see shit.
Were you there? Like, I'm confused.
That's quite
Still in the dark.
that's quite interesting.
Why didn't you ask to see it then?
Was Chris friendly?
That don't make no sense. He said he talked to the neighbors, right? Some of them. Now, again, if you were really searching for your son, wouldn't you be out talking to the neighbors? Like, that's what I would be doing. I'd be like, I'd be knocking on every fucking door in that neighborhood. Did you see my son? Did you hear anything? I mean, do you have any ring camera footage? I mean, what do you mean dude, this guy just finds a way to be the victim in every fucking way, shape, or form. Go be proactive and go over there and be like, hey, I heard you had some ring camera footage. My son's missing. I would like to see the ring camera footage. He's like acting like, oh, they're withholding the ring camera footage from me. Like, this is like, why didn't you go ask to go see it then? Which neighbor sent that to you? I need to see it with my own eyes. Wow, dude.
Friendly?
After Chris lost his cool, I couldn't stay there after Wednesday.
Lost his cool how? I never heard this.
Oh,
GoFundMe
here we go.
my sister set up to help me pay my bills while I look for my son.
What was that all
The
over? Why did he want
GoFundMe.
you to stop?
Hold on.
Why did he
Hold on.
threaten you?
Hold on. It was a GoFundMe that
Here we go. Start more problems.
my sister said.
This is so toxic for the fucking kid, dude. I can't, I'm just kind of shocked because, I had no fucking idea what I was going to be walking into watching this because I haven't been following all this shit. And now that I'm here, I'm just kind of fucking mind blown because I'm just like, what are you doing, dude? Like, why are you doing this? This is so bad for you're just driving a wedge further in between you and the mom and the dad and the stepfather, okay? Which is going to do nothing good as far as, working on a team together to find your kid. Like, I in my opinion, if you work together, it's going to be better. Like, what the fuck, dude? This is so crazy, dude.
That up for me to pay my bills while I look for my son.
Oh my God.
It wasn't set up as a reward. It wasn't set up as anything else. People want to know what happened to it. It was donated. I used it to pay my bills. I used it to put gas in my truck so I could drive an hour and a half.
Wait, it was donated or was it used to pay your bills, dude? Was it donated to your bills?
Down there, an hour and a half back. People.
Oh my goodness.
You don't have to convince me because I know how expensive.
No, it's just a little annoying. If the GoFundMe had been put up for a reward, yes, it would have been used as a reward. And I still have some of it. And I still won't touch a portion of it because I'm wanting to put it into the reward.
What's up, Alicia?
But it has to be set up properly, and law enforcement.
Yeah, it's turning into another circus sideshow. YouTubers need to leave these people alone and quit stirring the pot. Girl, let me put that shit on the screen. This is bad, dude. I had no idea what I was getting into watching this
Has
shit.
to literally approve of it.
Right.
They don't care, though. That's why I don't feel that any of these people actually care. They care about the fucking drama in the case. you know, clearly Betty could sit here and ask all the questions she wants to and make it seem like she cared. We all saw the smile on her face when she read her chat numbers, you know. Oh, there's 2,000 people in here. With the big fucking grin on her face, you know, the big shit eating grin. That's what this is about to all these people. Like, I don't fucking care what you say. Most of these people, that's all they want this guy up on their panel for, is so that they can get the views. It's fucking disgusting the way people take advantage of these people.
You know, just because people want something done doesn't mean it happens. I'd like my son to be found, and I'm looking for him.
When you were there and you saw Chris and Katie, did you see any injuries on their persons?
On their persons. Girl, stop it. You are not a fucking detective.
I was not paying attention to them.
Again, that is such a weird fucking statement, dude. Bro, like, if my son, or if I was not home and, you know, my son went missing and it was just my husband that was home with him at the time when my son just fucking disappeared, you best believe I would be, like, looking you up the fucking down. Like, what do you mean you weren't paying attention to them? You know, like, you're suspicious of them, but then you weren't paying attention to them? Like, what the fuck? That doesn't even make any goddamn sense whatsoever. I'd be looking at everything. I'd be like, take your fucking shirt off. Well, you know, you can't say that to a woman, but, you know, I'd be like looking at their hands, looking at their arms, whatever I can see, I'd be fucking inspecting very closely. Like, this is just like, what the fuck?
So you didn't see
Why are they doing a GoFundMe when victim services funds are available? Good question.
any scratches on Chris's arms? The
I've
ones that were
seen pictures of the scratches and stuff afterwards.
Did that concern you at all?
Nothing I can do about it now.
What? Oh my god, dude. This is bizarre.
Did you find any behaviors when Chris and Katie got together as and the reason why they were the last person to see your son, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, I don't want to put you in a
Their
position.
conversations are inappropriate for what was going on.
How do you mean?
Talking about their next vacation, the jewelry that, you know, they're going to buy for that is Kathy wants jewelry and wants Christopher to buy it for her. I mean, the conversations were enough.
I hope, I'm pretty sure they probably are. Law enforcement is watching this shit closely, dude, because this is fucking bizarre. Some of the things that have been said here.
To make me sick, so I left to go try to find my son.
They were having these conversations in the house. Kathy was these people. What was your opinion of Kathy?
I don't believe any of this.
My opinion of her?
Yeah.
Really gonna piss off Chris if I sit there and tell you my opinion.
Who's Kathy?
Have you met her before?
Yes, she was actually supposed to be helping me find a place to live. She's a realtor. Has plenty of access to plenty of places.
What the fuck, dude?
She knows law enforcement. They have connections. Do you know?
Hold on a
Chris
second.
has family that works for Sumner County Sheriff.
I've heard that he does.
And do you know that his mom has a friend by the name of Ginger, which is, I guess, a Henderson chief or some kind of lieutenant or something, Henderson Police Department.
Have no idea. I just know Chris grew up in this area. They've been here for a long time. And unfortunately,
He's having Chris' mom, I think. Okay.
I'm classified as an outsider. But my son lived there. And he went missing in Sumner County. People may not like me as an outsider. He's my son. People are going to have to get over certain things because I'm not willing to be over my son just poof, as Chris says, or Houdiniing himself out.
What was Kathy's demeanor like that morning? Did anybody in the house, when you saw them, appear nervous or out of place or odd or just
He wasn't paying attention. Let me guess.
maybe they weren't doing anything, but there was just something in you that made you feel out of place or made you feel odd?
Made you feel out of place.
Katie seemed to be the only one that was upset, grieving,
It's her son.
and
Grieving? That's bizarre. That's a bizarre thing to say, no?
maybe would be the word.
What was she doing? How was she acting? Was she what emotions was she displaying?
Just sitting on the couch crying.
Have you seen
After the
her?
initial me coming in and her shoving her phone in my face and all that sort of stuff, then,
Do you feel her behavior was genuine?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh.
Were you there when Chris approached the law enforcement to get the camper, to get permission to go get the camper?
I was not.
But you heard about it.
Oh, I heard about it.
What day did he leave? The very next day, or was it a day or two after?
I do not know.
Oh, she's asking salacious questions because she's getting a shit ton of attention from this. That's why.
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday while I was there.
Mo money, mo problems. Thank you for joining memberships.
Gotcha.
I'm going to mute this for a second because I'm going to go to the little girl's room.
And what did Ellie say at the time you left the Proudfoot home about the status of the case at that time?
When he left?
No,
Oh, when I left.
when he probably went to go get the camper and you probably went on your way. Did law enforcement give you an update? That was really early on in the case, obviously much different than where we
After
are now.
Wednesday, my parents showed up from Texas, and they were staying over in Goodlettsville at the RV park.
Gotcha.
I told them where I was at, and they knew where I was at. And except for me calling them to find out what was going on, really didn't have much communication with them. I was kicked out of the command center.
What was that about?
I shouldn't be here looking at the computers. I was
You were
looking at
crying,
them.
too.
Sorry, I had to go.
My son's missing. I want to see where you're searching. Why? So I can go search. I gotta stay in my vehicle. I can't get out and go running around. But I can sure drive around. I can look. I was told that I'm not supposed to be doing that.
Who told him that? Exactly.
But you did it anyways.
I've never been one, when it comes down to something important, you're going to do what you're going to do.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
And there's nothing more important to me than my son.
Karma. You're so right, dude.
There was a video,
Yeah, right?
that
BDSM.
was released by Nick Barris about some light movements on the outside of the home.
Light movements?
you-
What? I'm
And
not
this
going to
was
laugh.
added after the fact
Oops,
because one of
sorry.
my mods wanted to ask this. What did Ellie say about that video? Was the time truly stuck? I guess I've never heard the time being stuck on one specific time. Off.
What the fuck is she talking about? Off! Bro, she's really... I cannot fucking believe how these people get into character like this. Like, it's quite amazing. I mean, she's like fucking full on in character right now. Like, the time is off. Like, I don't know. Oh my god, it's so fucking weird.
Maybe, but stuck.
I mean, when I saw the video that they showed me, it stayed there. It was just stationary at 311.
Do you believe that that video was taken later, or you just don't know?
I don't know.
Kicked out of the command center tells you everything you need to know. Wait, did he say that? Because I stepped away for a minute. He was kicked out of the command center?
Okay.
Like for like the search, are you saying?
I've got just a few more questions, and then Tony, obviously, I've got some questions for you.
Dude, this is very strange.
Which I've asked a lot of the questions in our downtime. So, but it's been really good. This has been really good. I really do appreciate this. I hope I've been very respectful of you both.
She's like, I really do appreciate this because I'm making money and getting views.
Throughout this process, I didn't want it to be. I wanted to be, I pry, but I understand.
You can't tell me that this dad has not, as involved as he is at this point in YouTube, okay? You're not, you know what I'm saying? Like, this has been going on for, it has to be a month or two at this point that he's been up on these panels and dealing with all this shit and people turning on him and this and that. You're telling me right now that he does no research into the people whose panels that he's jumping up on? I mean, because clearly there's plenty of information out there to let you know that Bullhorn Betty is a fucking troublemaker, dude. A complete troublemaker. Why would you jump on her panel of all panels? If you were looking to seriously, I don't know, dude. This is insane. If you were looking to seriously find your son.
Understand the situation as well, and it's kind of hard because you're the only person I've had an opportunity to speak with.
Like, look, dude, I don't know, and I don't want to know what you do when your kid's missing. I don't want to know. How do you even fucking function in life? I don't know. I know you have to, but like I can't even fucking imagine what it's like. So I don't know what you're supposed to be doing 24 hours a day when your child's missing. What do you do with yourself? But this is a waste of time, in my opinion. It seems to be daylight out there. I don't know. This is a waste of time. At night, fine. Daylight, I think you could put your energy towards, better resources.
So I really do apologize that I have to ask you all these questions, but what do you think the most challenging thing for you has been since the disappearance of your son? And I know you're talking about the loneliness, but has there been any other hindrances, resources? There was a time and a place that you actually said that you believe you may know where your son is, but you just don't have the resources to get him. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, what did you mean by that?
I don't remember stating that.
This guy's talked so much shit.
But
He don't.
he's somewhere. When it comes down to resources, it's like I would like to follow every lead possible. I'd like to go down every rabbit hole. And
No, she's got a whole ass notepad with these
I
questions.
can't do it. Everybody wants to complain about this, complain about that. To add stress.
The only person I see complaining is you.
Stress is the number one killer in life.
Wow.
It's not that I'm alone in my house. It's the fact that my son could possibly be somewhere. He's possibly alone. If he was here in my house, he may not be stuck to me. He may be in the living room in the recliner, in his recliner. His recliner.
You see what I'm saying? How he does that? Like, it's like, again, gotta point out how good I am to him. He's got his own recliner, guys. He's spoiled here.
That's his recliner. He chose his recliner. Playing on a Switch, watching, and I could be in my room. I could be in the kitchen.
Yeah, it's clear. Well, I don't think she ever had objectivity in the beginning. She right away went for the parents, She don't look at anything objectively. I don't even think she knows what objective... I don't even think she knows what that means.
Watching my own.
Everybody always feels like they have to like side or have an opinion on something. Like I personally, when it comes to this story, I don't have a fucking opinion on like any of these, you know, who's guilty, who's not guilty. I personally, in the very beginning, side-eyed the dad just because of his involvement. He was almost overly involved in trying to make it be seen like, hey, look at me, I'm searching. Look at me, I'm over here searching. Like, you know what I'm saying? But like, I don't know what that means, you know, because that could mean that he could just be one of those people that just really fucking like thrives on attention and being the victim. And this is just like something that happened. You know what I'm saying? Like he was already that way before his son went missing. Now that his son's missing, it just gives him even more of a reason to be like that. And that could be it. Or he could be guilty of a crime. So like I don't know, you know, like, and then you also have to look at the parents in this situation, that the parents were home and well, the mom was at least. So like, what's up with that, dude? I mean, I hear loud banging noises because I've heard people criticizing her that, you know, oh, you heard a thud in your son's room, you didn't go check it out. Dude, I hear thuds all the time in my son's room because he's a boy. He's throwing his basketball in there, he's throwing the ball, he's fucking playing knee hockey. Like, I wouldn't go inspect a thud in his room. If I did, I would fucking weigh like 90 pounds because I'd be running up and down stairs all the time. Like, what was that? 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 You know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, is it weird that they went missing from the house that night? Like, and she was the only one home? Of course, you have to side-eye the mom, too, and be like, well, what the fuck? You know, like, how does your son go missing when you're home, you know, by yourself? The only person I never side-eyed in this whole thing was the stepdad because he's at work, dude. He was at work. That's an alibi. You're time punched in. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, dude. You know, so I don't really have a clear opinion of who's guilty in this, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. To me right now, everybody's a suspect. And I don't know why everybody always feels inclined to pick a side in things, because right now, this whole situation is suspect. Like, something's obviously not right here.
It's not about.
But I'll be honest, after watching this, I'm kind of side-eyeing this guy a little bit more than I was. But again, he could just be one of those people that just loves being the victim. You know, he's like by nature, he's a sad sack, you know, who is always the victim. He's the hero and he's the victim at the same time. You know, he's doing everything right, but, you know, the world just keeps shitting on him, even though he's doing everything right. Like, he could just be one of those people, because I think we all kind of know people like that in our own lives, you know. This is so bizarre, though, dude.
It's about not knowing where he is. Goes to keep your children safe. Never said I was a perfect parent. I only have one child.
Trying to act like you are.
It's a learning experience for me every day. But it's been an unending fucking nightmare since I got off of work on a fucking Monday morning to find out that my son is just gone. And knowing that there's two other people that are responsible for him, it seems that they're having the fucking grandest time of their goddamn fucking life. Well, I hope they fucking enjoy it.
Jesus.
Because I believe in fucking karma. And when it comes around, I hope it smacks them in the fucking face.
Whoa!
All three of us haven't been cleared yet. And I'll tell you right now, had nothing to do with my son's disappearance. Sumner County should understand that I didn't. I've got records where I, you know, literally, I've had him enrolled for school. He should be living with me right now.
I mean, that's another weird thing in this whole story, right? The kid was supposed to go living with him, and then he goes disappearing all of a sudden. Like, what the fuck?
Could it be possible that your son is a victim of an online predator at all, or they've eliminated that possibility?
I don't know. Talk to Sumner County. Maybe they'll tell you.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to ask you
do
this.
with the case and stuff,
Mhm.
you know, if it's imperative to the case, they're not going to tell me. And it's not because I might come tell you all. is because they keep things close to the chest, which I have learned since this has started. I don't tell anybody shit anymore
Bro, you've been like running your mouth for like 3 hours now.
because
2 hours. 2 hours
there's
and
very few people that
7
I can
minutes.
trust. I mean, literally, what just fucking happened in the last 3 or 4 days is evidence of why I don't trust fucking people.
What happened? I don't know.
You know, fucking snakes. Where I come from, we kill snakes. We cut their heads off.
Yeah. That's how I'm sitting here right now. What the fuck? Does anybody know what the fuck this thing is? It's on my desk, and I don't know if you guys can hear me playing with it. It spins. I don't know where this thing came from. I don't know how I got it, but it's a pretty good fidget fucking toy. Anybody? Anybody know what the fuck this is? Maybe that's exactly what it is. Maybe it's a fidget toy. I asked my son, because my son's pretty good like that. Like, you could pick up something like tiny and be like, you know, like some obscure object and be like, Jesse, what's this from? And he'll be like, oh, I know what that's from. That's from my Hot Wheels, you know, blah, 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 blah. And he'll know. This, he doesn't know, and neither do I. Like, we don't know how this thing got in my house. Nobody knows how this thing got in my house and where it came from. It's like the weirdest thing, but it's actually pretty cool. I think it's a fidget spinner. It seems like one. I don't know. Anyway, dude. My face right there. That's a weird statement. Weird statement, dude. Kill snakes.
Skin that bitch, throw it in a skillet, and watch it fucking squirm.
Oh my
And
god.
you eat it with a little salt and pepper and hot sauce.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No, bruh.
I'm going to ask you point blank. Did you have anything to do with your son? The disappearance of your son?
No.
And you have passed a polygraph.
Yep.
I heard he fell asleep during his polygraph. Who the fuck was I listening to? Oh, maybe it was it Judy Ron or Gray Hughes? Oh, I don't remember.
If another parent is going through this situation, what would be your best piece of advice for that parent?
Oh, can't wait to hear this.
Find hope and hold on to it. And when you're making a team, don't have a lot of people, because there's a lot of trauma vultures out there in this world.
And you're sitting on the biggest fucking trauma vultures fucking panel right now, dude. Oh my god. I don't know. I don't put much stock into polygraphs anyway. You know, Betty's obsessed with them. I mean, they're what is it? Non-admissible in court, right? You can't use them in court. So, what purpose is it for you to fucking even talk about it or take one? It's used more as an investigative tactic because, look, it worked. The greatest use of one I've ever fucking seen was the Chris Watts case. You know, they scared the shit out of him with that thing. And it got him to confess, although, you know, he didn't confess to exactly what happened. He admitted something happened, right? And then they got a guilty conviction. Well, not a conviction. He pled guilty, but, you know, I mean, I don't know. The at this point, it's kind of useless, the lie detectors. There's no way to fall asleep while doing the polygrapher would have stopped it. I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, that doesn't even make sense. Pseudoscience, exactly.
A lot of fucking pieces of shit in this world.
It's right. It's a benefit for the police. So, like, them telling us that whether they took it or not, who conducted it? Did the police conduct it? You know what I'm saying? It's not really, I don't know. Trauma vultures, that's what I said.
And you'll find out who your friends are. There's not a playbook for this shit. And each one is different.
I'll agree with him there.
Sooner or later,
He needs to be sped up a
Even if
little.
you're a good natured person, you have to kick people to the fucking curb. Don't let them tell you what to fucking do. It's your child. And if you stop, are you worthy of being their parent? I won't stop.
Well, I just got a few more questions, and it's going to be kind of directed toward Tony. So I've got a few more
Awesome.
questions from
I don't know why this guy is even sitting on this panel. It's very strange.
to you, but I'm just going to let you kind of take a break and get a cigarette and take a breath. So Tony,
Wow, that's so kind of you, Betty.
you've been
You're such a good hostess.
through quite a lot with Seth throughout this process. And it has very much been challenging. It's been challenging for all of us watching this from outside, looking in. You tell me a little bit about yourself and how you were drawn to this case or Caleb's case. But before you do that, and then after that, give us an update on Caleb, because there were some people in the chat that wanted to know what was going on in that case as well. So.
Well, I got involved in Caleb's case because I'm very close to his father, Randy. We work together. We're very close friends. I started out in that case kind of like I did with Seth, kind of helping from behind the scenes, setting up some interviews, doing some
Helping how?
things like that. And as he got further into that
Setting up interviews with people like this. Yeah, great job there, Tony Mathis. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
situation, he started requesting more and more and started hinting that it would be good if he had somebody by his side in Corpus Christi. So I went down there to Corpus Christi and, I became kind of a project manager for him. I mean, I set up the, places that the search and rescue team was searching. I worked with our Facebook administrator to build volunteers and kind of give them direction. I brought the PI in, again, with some recommendations from our Facebook group and, pushed for him to engage the PI and, just had a lot of different roles there and, got his interviews set up, coached him through those. Just kind of gave him a strategy, laid out a strategy for him. And then as we moved through that case, it got to the point where that investigation turned more digital and there wasn't a need to keep doing interviews. Local searches became less necessary.
And what experience do you have in this?
And, I met Seth through a common friend. And
it's so weird how these missing children cases all attract criminals to them. So bizarre, dude.
Common friend.
Or con people, you know what I'm saying?
And told me that Seth really needed some help, that there were some areas that he felt like were deficient in his son's case. And when I started out with Seth simply wanted a qualified search and rescue team. We spent 2 or 3 weeks talking in private about that, and I counseled him a little bit on some different things, some different strategies, some different interview strategies.
So this guy's a consultant of some type. I always wonder that because I know people who are consultants, and I'm like, how do you get into consulting people as a career? That's so strange to me. People that make tons of money consulting, and I'm like, but what exactly do you do? It's crazy. How do you get into this?
After watching,
what knowledge do you have?
Some of his things, and got to the point where he told me that he really needed me to be a spokesperson for him, that he didn't want to be on camera, didn't want to set up interviews.
Bullshit, because here he is.
That type of thing. And, obviously, our plan initially was to try to just take one spokesperson and have him represent all three. And we waited for a week and a half.
I have to say, this guy is attracting the wrong type of people towards him, clearly. Okay. Trailer, yeah, they're on a break for some reason. They'll be back next week with that. I know. I'm waiting to see what I just want to listen to the medical examiner. Anyway, yeah, I think that the parents in this case, the other set of parents, and the stepdad and the mom are being responsible as far as sorting out who they talk to and work with. And I totally, after watching this, understand the stepdad's apprehension about bringing people that come via the biological dad, you know what I'm saying, into their space, because I don't think he's sussing out anybody here. Betty, this guy, or any of the other, I don't know who else's panels he's been on, because like I said, I just like haven't been watching. I didn't know it was this bad, dude. This is bad. This is bad. I think everybody needs to stop fucking platforming this guy, but he's doing himself no favors, you know? And they're watching for the drama. I mean, shit, you know?
Have 2 weeks for that
But anyway, I would be very careful about who this guy brought into his quote unquote team.
to happen. And it got to the point where Seth was just saying, I can't wait any longer. I need you to come help me, and with or without the other side. And, it was a Friday, actually 4 weeks ago tomorrow. And I was out fishing, and I got a text from him that said, I really need your help. Are you going to help me or not? And I just agreed to come on board and help him. So.
And you have not helped him at all in this case. You're letting him complete. Any good spokesperson, I think, would deter their client, so to speak, from being, you know what I'm saying, from speaking ill of the other parents or anything like that, or putting out personal shit that has nothing to do with the case. But I mean, he hasn't said a fucking word on this,
and it's been nothing but smooth sailing since then.
Are you robbing Seth blind?
I know anyone could be a consultant, but like, how do you, like, I don't know, like, how do you get paid to be a consultant? Like, it's just like, how do you get into that? It's so weird. It's such a weird thing that exists. Occupation.
I got to tell you, I've been very, very blessed in life, and I'd give Seth the shirt off my back. I have not taken even a nickel from Seth or Randy Harris. Quite frankly, I set up a GoFundMe for Randy through our employees at work, our co-workers. Even that account, I never even had access to the funds. As you know, they're kept in a cloud. And then when Randy was ready for them, I sent him an email and he captured those funds. But I've never even had access to any of these guys' funds. Matter of fact, when I'm with them, I pay for everything for them out of my wife and I's pocket.
Why do you think you're under such heavy scrutiny?
I think a lot of it has to do with Seth was on a lot of these hate channels, and he was out there doing everything he could do to get his son's name out there. And when I started watching where he had been and started researching these people and looking at their history, I told him, I said, there's a lot of these people that, that don't have your best interest at heart. So we're not going to do interviews with these people anymore. And I think a lot of it has to do with when I took that access away to him. And a lot of the content creators that never had access to him, they still liked him getting on camera and losing his cool and, whatever, because it was clicks and views. And
I couldn't stand it.
Oh my God, bro. And he puts this guy up on this channel of all fucking places. Bro, you do not have this guy's best interest at heart. You just don't. That's why you're under scrutiny, my friend.
Made me sick.
Yeah, it made me sick too. And I just tried to give him a plan, and people love to see Seth Rogers in the raw, and he can be in the raw like he was tonight. He can be himself, but he can still be in an environment where people and platforms care about him. And there's a difference between being in the raw where people are laughing at him behind his back and being in the raw on a show where somebody has compassion, such as yourself. And I wanted...
Bro, did this guy do any research on this woman? Any? Just because she's putting a fucking act on right now for her audience, that does not mean that she actually gives a shit. Wow, dude.
To control his environment. Not what he says, but I wanted to control the environment.
I think what you guys are doing, putting him on his own platform, I think that's going to be a benefit for you guys in the long road, and you don't have to depend.
I think he should get the fuck off the internet.
On people like me, he can go pop up there if he's got a message or information. You guys can
Oh, but wait, Don Wells was so wrong when he did that, right? Weren't the Wells like the devils for having a YouTube channel, according to her? Huh.
Because at the end of the day, I did watch everything unfold. I do have intimate knowledge of all the people involved and how everything transpired. While we're not going to get into that here, it was wrong. It was wrong.
It was just...
Yeah.
Wow.
And so, I just really am very thankful that you guys took the time to come here. And I would like, when Seth is, ready, I would like to open it up just for a few questions. I'm going to go through my starred accounts here real quick. I've got a few questions in here if he's up for it. I'm just going to read through them before, if you don't mind, just give me a few minutes to read through and make sure nothing's too crazy here. And so if you want to get a drink or something, you go ahead and take a break, whatever you need to do, and just give me about two or 3 minutes to read through these.
Okay, let's fast forward. We don't need.
Through this, and I hope you guys did learn something.
Okay, let's go.
Anything else? Just go ahead. All right, I've got a few questions. I'm not gonna. You've been here long enough, and I know I did ask for questions before we came live, and my mods did prepare some questions for me to help out. So I will try to grab some of these here. And I think
she has intimate knowledge.
Should be good enough for the questions. So at the end of this sheet here, one of my subscribers, I'm only going to ask a couple of these questions. What size? We were told that you bought Sebastian new boots. Is that correct?
Yeah, I took him to Boot Barn and bought him a pair of hiking boots.
And those boots were at your house?
They're at his mama's house.
And those boots were accounted for?
Yeah, they were at the front door when I walked in.
Okay, and what size is his shoe?
10.5.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that answered that question.
That's big feet for a kid his age, no?
Were they there after? Yes, that answered that question. Katie said she bought him 3 pairs of shoes, and she only bought him 3 pairs of shoes. Was that because he didn't like? He was very specific on his shoes, or was that a Katie thing?
Probably a Katie thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
How many pairs of shoes does a kid need?
And did
Only 3 pairs? Like, that's more than some kids have.
Locations. Okay, so I think I got all of those questions. Here's one. Oh, here's one about Terry Lynn. Maybe you know, maybe you don't. Allegedly, Terry Lynn's tires were slashed while searching. Other searchers have been threatened and pulled out. Do you have any idea who's behind these scare tactics?
I don't.
Probably you and JLR.
Okay. All right, so now for the moderation questions. I went through them. They look like they were good. I won't take too much. There's just a few more questions here, so I'll try to gloss through them as quickly as I can. What was Sebastian's favorite song?
Well, he didn't really have a favorite song. I mean, we listened to everything.
What does that have to do with anything? I hate these questions.
Probably Eastbound and Down.
Eastbound and Down. Gotcha.
It has nothing to do with anything.
How was Sebastian with transitioning from activity to activity, from home to outside?
At my house, I mean, we go from the house to the truck, so the transitioning was the drive. Mm-hmm. Normally that meant, jump in the truck, get our seatbelts on, or whatever we're loading in the truck to go do, and then we listen to music.
Misty
That's
says,
always been one of the things that helps transition.
What is it? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Said that's always been one of the things that helps transition him is music. Even when he was in a bad mood, like he didn't want to go to the store. Well, you don't have a choice today. We're going to the store because got to put groceries in here. You're going to be here for a week. You need to come with me so that you can pick out whatever snacks you want. Do you want sliced ham? Do you want sliced turkey? Do you want Swiss cheese today? Do you want provolone? Whatever. I
heard he was the only one that likes Swiss.
Oh, he got that from me. There's not a cheese that me and him haven't tried that we haven't liked.
I'm a cheesehead too. I gotta be honest with you. I love cheese, Gouda.
Mm-hmm. You are a cheesehead.
Goat cheese. I like. If it's cheese, I like it.
His favorite cheese is goat.
All right, I'm fast forwarding because I don't give a shit what this kid's favorite cheese is, honestly.
And that's the meat. Then we sit there and we make our.
Oh my god, this guy's still talking about cheese, bro. He's still talking about cheese.
I think it's important that we point out that Seth is in a good place with them. We support them and what they're doing. But I also would like Seth to tell you, because I listened to your show earlier and I listened to some of these theories and some of these ladies that you hooked horns with a little bit regarding their theories. For the longest time, really the only thing that Seth got from law enforcement was one thing. And what was that one thing, Seth? What was it they told you that is the only
Whoa, a size 11 in women. I shouldn't say, I guess when I was I had big feet too.
For such a long time.
Talking about that you still don't know how he got out of the house?
Correct. How did they phrase that?
There's no evidence he ever left the house.
That's what we kind of concluded with everything.
Okay, but obviously he left the house. There's no evidence he left the house. Obviously he left the house. He's not in the house. That's the dumbest thing ever.
That they said at the last press conference.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'd just like people to understand, being in law enforcement, they don't have to tell us it's a criminal investigation. What they have told us is that it's an investigation. And it's the same thing I've told people close to me, that you'll know if it's a criminal investigation When they slap them fucking bracelets on your wrist and you're off to fucking wear orange for the rest of your goddamn life, Bubba gonna like you.
Mhm.
And I feel sorry for whoever did it. Best bet is just to let my son go. Drop him off at a gas station. Tell him to go in and tell him what your name is. Tell him to call 911. Doesn't matter where you are. It will get to me. And I will be driving to pick him up.
So Misty just wants to say, Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers, your virtual aunties and uncles won't stop until you're found and back home safe with your daddy. Seth, I'm praying for Sebastian and you, sending to you.
All right, whatever.
Oh,
Dude.
and ever, MK, send me that.
See, here comes all the super chats for the questions.
know.
That's why she wanted to save
Was
time for this.
Still wearing it before he went missing, the chest plate. Apparently there was a picture where he had a chest plate on. Can you have anything to say about the chest plate?
What the hell's a chest plate?
He chose to not wear it. He tried it. It was like pulling teeth from an alligator. And he was given the choice. And he chose not to wear it. He had a cartilage buildup right here on his chest. That was, it's part of his EQ20 deletion.
Mm-hmm.
It leads to a lot of facial disfigurement and body disfigurement. And that's just one of the things. And when he chose not to wear it, then it's a choice you live with.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what we did, I tried to tell him, I was like, it's to help you in the long run. But if you choose not to wear it, it can't make you do something you don't want to do.
Yeah. My parents spent a shit ton of money on hearing aids for me because I'm deaf in my right ear. And this is back in the 80s and 90s. Like, this is expensive stuff. It was like $4,000 or $5,000
Oh my god, bro.
for these things, and I literally threw them in a locker and lost them. Oops.
Oops. Oh my god.
Was Katie fully on board with Sebastian coming to live with you full time?
Yeah, if I drink this early, nothing will get done, right?
Something that she was being convinced to do by Chris.
So you think Chris was the driving force behind that? Do you know why?
I don't know. Animosity, pride, stupid shit.
Do you think he cared for your son? Or do you know? Well, I probably should answer that maybe. If you want to answer it, answer it.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Julia said she is not communicating with the family, that she's just going to concentrate on searches. I believe she said she got sent from stuff from LE is what's being said.
Well, I wasn't informed of that. So tell her if she wants to pick up communication with me again. I have his shoes and I have his clothes here in the bag. I've got pillows sitting on his bed. Got his blankets. And my son. But her not reaching out after being in communication. And then her just sitting there saying that she's searching and she's not telling people where to search. You can come to my house and you can search my house first. Told her that. Told her come to my house. Search my house. Bring your dogs. And I got stuff for you for the smell.
Was there, I think we asked this question, was there a place that Sebastian wanted to go that he may have found a way to get there?
I have no idea.
Do you know of any type of internal cameras
So weird because they were so close with each other.
ever being at the house of the Proudfoots? Ring doorbell cameras, anything that you've ever seen, going there, dropping off, anything that wasn't there the morning that you got there?
Nope. Never saw cameras.
So you would think somebody that was so controlling over his wife would have, like, cameras all over the place or something.
What does this say? Can we ask Seth what he saw on the footage of the lights? I think he mentioned at one time that it was a garbage truck. Can he confirm that tonight?
That's what I was informed of by the law enforcement. That's all.
But you didn't see the video?
The video they showed me was of lights and showing me where the floodlights were during the day and where they were at night.
Oh, you mean the flashlights that everybody was talking about?
Gotcha. What is the one thing you believe would absolutely bring Sebastian home now?
Can I answer that, Seth?
Sure.
That's such a weird question, dude, because, like, if they knew the answer to that, he'd be home, no?
Because mine's going to be unethical.
Katie telling the truth.
Wow.
I mean, let's just face it. Okay, you can pick anything that you've got in your life that is a part of your daily routine. Your cell phone, your purse. If it's missing, and you don't know where it is, what do you do?
Right.
Look for it.
Right. You've never seen Katie out. Nobody in the just to clarify this, and I'm sorry I didn't think about this, but it's just kind of reared its ugly head. Nobody in Katie and Chris's family was out there to help you search for your son, right?
No.
Nobody, not the cousins, not the aunts, not Aunt Melissa, not Dara, not their children.
How does she know the whole family's names?
No. I mean, they could have showed up when we had the volunteers and just handed out flyers to the volunteers that were going to go hand out flyers.
So nobody from that family did shit. Excuse my language.
No.
Excuse my language. Like she's like,
Well, thank you for being
And the
honest.
one thing I believe that would absolutely bring my son home is some good 70s detective work.
Shoe leather,
Maybe unethical now, but it sure would work in this case.
a little bit of waterboarding, maybe.
You know, you're not the first person that said that.
oh my God.
I'm telling you, people. I'm barbaric. I mean, I'm a barbaric woman when it comes to crime and punishments and stuff like that. I'm an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth type of girl.
We know.
There's no middle of the road.
I was raised Old Testament. In the end, we all are blind and justice is blind.
Mm-hmm. Criminal Gossiper says, what is the whole story behind Sebastian going to live with Seth? Praying for Sebastian would be found safe.
Yeah. What is that story?
From my point of view, he was a better child. He had more understanding here, which allowed him to relax. It allowed him to develop better.
Mm-hmm.
It allowed him to be more open for growth, for growing up. If you keep
What was the story though, dude? He ain't getting into that.
somebody, it's like having a snake in a cage,
Again with the snake references.
and you're feeding it the little bitty pinkies, which are, for some people that don't know, as baby
mice.
mice.
Mhm.
All right, and that's all you're feeding it. It's only going to eat and grow to the size of the cage that it's in. But if you get a bigger cage and you allow it more freedom, it will get bigger.
Mhm.
Therefore, it's allowed to grow.
Your cage looks a little small there, dude. Got like those small refrigerators. What is this guy talking about, dude?
Somebody
Here,
says that. Go
he
ahead.
was allowed to grow.
Do you think that Chris and Katie's parenting style was overly strict for your son and your?
It's so weird because he talks about being so regimented at the house, having routines, blah, 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 right? But then at the same time, he's like, oh, he had so much freedom here. Like, which one is it, dude? Because it can't be both.
Son's disabilities.
Their parenting style was not mine.
You think he thrived better at your home with?
I think he did.
Something about that sounds like Sebastian was working on being vegetarian. Did he eat meat?
Man, his
Why is everybody so interested in what this kid fucking ate, dude? I cannot for the life of me figure this shit out.
favorite thing was Virginia baked ham and
Oh, that's right,
bacon.
you did say that.
I mean, his best breakfast that he liked was sausage gravy and biscuits and eggs. I mean,
Look at all the money she's raking in right now.
he liked tofu too.
You know, she was like, I'm going to take all my super chats and donate them to something. You know, I'd be like, fine, but she ain't doing that.
But that's only when we went out to,
Right. What a messed up question. Of course, he is going to. But that wasn't even the original question, Beefbergs. The question was, what was the reasoning and the plan behind, the story behind him going to your house? And he totally didn't even talk about that. That wasn't an answer. There had to be a reason for the kid. I don't even know. I don't know the story behind it because obviously nobody's going to say. But why would the kid all of a sudden want to transition from one parent's house to the other parent's house? I don't know how far apart they live, but if he was switching schools, I've heard he was going to be homeschooled. So, that's a big transition from going to school and then going and being homeschooled. How did dad even do that? Doesn't he work? How would that even work? How would that even happen? I don't understand this, dude. But yeah, he didn't answer, what was exactly going on? Was there problems in the home? Because typically when kids do that, when they, decide to go from one parent's house to the other, it's usually because, there's some type of problem they're having or, something's up. Something's up. Or they don't like the rules, so they want to go to the other parent's house where the rules are more lax. It's very strange. He won't answer that, though.
to the, what is it, to the hibachi restaurants. But boy loves California roll. He like fish.
All right, I don't care about the food this kid ate. No
Oh, yeah,
offense.
Yeah.
It just
I was
doesn't
listening to
matter.
that. I was in the backwoods of South Carolina and like backwoods, and I was turning that up. Lynetta Lynn. What else was I listening to? I was all old country.
She listens to Loretta Lynn. I swear to God, there's no way this girl's like a year older than me or same age as me. She's like so weird.
I shouldn't call it old country. It's the country that I was raised on, but it's much different than
Yeah,
it
as
is.
soon as you call it old country, then you start to realize that you just made yourself sound ancient.
That's okay. I say I'm ancient all the time. I'm going blind, so there's that.
Well, I'll tell you what, I stopped counting at 26.
Maybe I should too. I'm just
You know,
saying.
Hey,
Dude, look at all the money coming into her.
when my insurance rate for my vehicles went down at the age of 26, I stopped counting because the only other time you start counting is when you're Tony's age.
Did someone comment and say how professional she was? I don't know. This is so insane to me.
Well, we're gonna throw Tony in the antique barn yet, but
No, that's the Antique Roadshow. Thank you.
there you go. There you go. The classic. We're just talking about you in front of your face, Tony. Get used to it. Get used to it.
He's used to it. I'll
That'll
hear
take
about it.
Yeah, I'm used to it for sure.
Good. Listen, I know I have bent your ears, and I my heart goes out to you, Seth. It really
Yeah, she's getting that new car. Mm-hmm.
does. When I saw everything happening the way it did.
Yeah, I think he was considered high functioning. I'm pretty sure, but he had a whole bunch of other, issues
And
alongside being autistic.
It's been very difficult.
He's so cute. Like, just looking at his little face here just breaks my heart.
For me as a creator trying to balance this, but morally I do have a platform and have a responsibility as well, and the bottom line is I don't think what you're going through right now is fair or reasonable. I think the focus needs to be on the last people that saw your son, and that needs to be.
I think that's the police's job to do. It's not the internet's job to decide who's guilty and who's not, or to do an investigation, or to ask all these questions, or to get any of these fucking answers, because at the end of the day, nobody owes us a damn thing.
Our focus. There's a lot there. I know that we're tearing as much as we can tear apart. If I find something, I'm sending it over to Tony to send to you.
Betty's like, I gotta take a shit right now, so we need to end this interview.
It's just all of us are just trying to do our part
My gray meat is creeping up on me.
to help find some answers. And it just really kind of.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but
Go
the website
He's interrupted her every time she started talking.
for that was put on the Facebook page. I called the people that were doing the Facebook.
Why
page.
didn't Katie check on him when she heard a thud saying too that he has some sort of head condition? That's actually a good, question, Zizi. Like me, I wouldn't check on my son because I hear noise from his room. If he's up there, there's noise. There's thuds. I mean, there's like thud after thud because he's always doing something. I do yell up to him. I'd be like, yo, what are you doing? If I hear something like extremely loud, And then if I hear it and there's no noise afterwards, like, you know what I'm saying? Then I'll maybe question it. But he's up there bopping around most of the time. But most of the time I'll just yell up the stairs and be like, what are you doing? And if he answers me back and says he's fine, I'm not going to go up there and, physically, like, I'm not going to go up there and inspect what he's doing. Seeing that the kid was supposedly going to bed at the time and hearing a thud, like, if it was quiet and then I heard a thud, I would definitely be like, what the fuck was that? And I would definitely get up and go inspect it. You know what I'm saying? And be like, you know what I'm saying? Depends on the circumstances. Because if my son was up there and I thought he was in bed and I heard it, I would absolutely go up there and I would inspect it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know too much about that, but yeah, you're right. I didn't even think of that. If he has that condition with his head, and you would definitely want to check on him.
Had them put that on there. And if people are intelligent enough to actually read what it says, it's for texting or the email. But it also has TBI's number on there and Sumner County's number on there. All right. And if you're calling the number for anonymous, if you read on the bottom, text this number for, anonymous. If you don't want to do an anonymous tip, then call TBI in Sumner County. I mean, that's why the number is there. I've already spoke with Sumner County. They already know about it.
I mean, how is Bullhorn Betty sitting there? She's so, investigative, right? Listening to this and not questioning some of the shit this guy said in this interview.
You know, it was, I mean, literally, it was an idea that one of my PIs had. I told them to run with it. They ran with it. So,
Well, there's every PI that I've ever worked with has always prepared a standalone standardized line for tips. Period. Every single one I'm not
Because she's worked with so many of them, right?
an internet PI type of chick at all. I don't like internet PIs.
Dude, this same girl, Anissa, has donated God knows how much money trying to get her answer read here, and Bullhorn Betty's just ignoring her.
I think they bring too much drama. I like personal PIs, boots on the ground, where they're actually private investigators, not public investigators, and so that's kind of where I'm, just at. What was your?
Okay.
Hey, Seth, can
Yes,
you,
sir.
I just got a text from somebody in our inner circle. Can you please correct what Sebastian was wearing? There seems to be misinformation about that.
from what I was informed of by his mother, he was wearing like leisure pants, Adidas leisure pants with the stripe down the right hand side on both sides, on the out hand side, and he was wearing a long sleeve graphic print shirt. And
Not a sweatshirt, right?
not a sweatshirt, not a hoodie. It's just it was a long sleeve black T-shirt, and I've looked. I have none of the shirts that were mentioned in his closet. Both the Star Wars one that I bought him, the Halloween one that glowed in the dark is gone, and so was his Minecraft one. So it could be any of those three.
Gotcha. So there were several things missing.
I just want to cry just thinking about this little boy just missing, dude. This is just so fucked up, dude.
Well, they're not here, and when he would wear clothes here and take them,
I gotcha. Yeah, I know the reason.
you know how kids are.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
like
yeah.
this. I'm gonna wear this to school,
Yeah.
and then I might be lucky to get it back.
So just to clarify, because Guidance had another question. So he doesn't wear.
I feel so bad for kids that have to go like this, like parent to parent's house, and the parents are, you know what I'm saying? Like, I understand it happens. I mean, I've had it in my own family, right? I just feel bad when it's like so contemptuous that the parents are fighting with each other and it's this poor kid being torn. Like, I just, looking at his, little face there, just, it's just sad to think what this little boy had to go through.
The chest plate anymore. It's a choice
Correct.
he chose to make, and you weren't paying attention to scratch marks on Chris's arm when he came back.
No.
Okay, and then just for Anissa's question is for me, and it says, what was I wanting to accomplish with tonight? And it was bringing this back to Sebastian, talking
I love Christina Randall.
about Sebastian, learning more questions, getting some answers on a lot of the questions I personally had that I thought maybe you might be able to bring light on, but that's really the purpose of this. Was not to be accusatory or anything like that, or to be, come from a place of a narrative. It was just basically to find out truly some information and to let people see Seth for who he is, a grieving father that's really searching for his son. The only fucking parent searching for this boy.
Oh my God.
His son, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And so that was really the purpose of this, was just to kind of bring it back to you and bring it back to your son.
I appreciate it.
And to get those donos and super chats, PayPals, and Venmos, like it's scrolling on the bottom of my screen. Thanks.
He's all that matters.
He is. And I just want to thank you again from the bottom of my heart for taking your time. I know personally you did not have to be here, and you did not.
This dude definitely would have sat here for another 4 hours, talking about this shit if she would have allowed it.
Have to speak to me. I don't even want to know what kind of stories you heard about me, but God bless you for at least trusting me enough to, put this show on and try to bring it back to Sebastian. And one last thing, any proof of life video arriving at the home?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, gotcha. Well, again, I just want to thank you. You guys are more than welcome. You guys are relieved of duty, and thank you, and God bless you. And we're going to keep you
And I gotta go take a shit.
and your son in our prayers.
She definitely has to poop. 100% she has to poop. I'm telling you. Because she's like, fucking, gotta go. Like, her stomach is bubbling right now. It's weird.
We are Team Sebastian. We are fighting for you. We are fighting for your son, and you will always have a place here. You have the full support, and I mean that, of my channels.
Appreciate you, Betty.
Absolutely.
Thank you. thank
God bless
everybody
you.
that's helping.
Yep, absolutely. And if you want to send me some of the flyers or give me email me a copy of the flyers, I'll put it on all my pages, all my Facebook pages, so people can get it and print it out if that'll be helpful.
Will do.
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a great night, Betty.
You too. God bless.
Oh my God, this is painful.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So, you know,
So nothing got accomplished there? Absolutely nothing? Except you probably just got this guy into more shit because there's going to be more people now scrutinizing his every fucking word, and this does absolutely nothing. But again, these are all grown adults who are making their own choices to come up here and fucking do this shit. So it's like you could only feel so sorry for them. I'm going to, switch over because I need another cup of coffee after that one. Hold on.
that was kind of emotional for me. I have to be honest with you.
Yeah, you looked emotional.
Hearing a man, there's just something about the emotions from a man, the emotions from a father. It just does something absolutely to me when it comes to this. Thank you guys. Thank you. I see I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I worked very, very, very hard on trying to keep this very clean for not just my audience, but also for the other parties involved in this situation.
Sorry.
We have our opinions of what's going on.
Opinions.
I think at this point, many of us are kind of, we have our line in the sand, and, we either believe this way or we don't. And so for each of their own, again, I'm happy to open up my panel so we can have Chris and Katie come here. We do respect all of our guests on here. I want to thank my audience out there for being amazing, for respecting the chat, for the ones that did. I did see a few trolls in here and there.
But nothing good came of this shit. Nothing good at all came of this shit. In my opinion. And nothing good will come of this shit. Your two emotions are rage and mania. Yeah, seriously, right? She's like got two settings. Oh, wow. I gotta be honest with you, because I have not been following that case like that. I mean, I hear things, I hear other people talking about it. But I try to stay out of the drama sphere when it comes to these cases like that. I was not expecting that to be the interview right there. Honestly, I was watching it strictly to see if Bullhorn Betty was going to act professional. I mean, I'll give her a little credit. She didn't act like a fucking animal. I wasn't, I don't think she accomplished anything. I don't think she got any information out that people didn't know, or that's going to help find the little boy. I think that was a self-serving mission there, in my opinion. But I was not expecting to hear the dad speaking so terribly about, the mom and all that I was not expecting. I thought that he probably, the last I knew, the parents were trying to work together. I had no idea it had gotten this bad to this point. And I'll say this, I don't blame, if he's innocent himself, okay, I don't blame him for feeling a way about the mom, because again, she was the last one to be known to be, seen with the kid or in the house with the kid. So of course she's going to get the side eye from people. I mean, that's to be expected. But some of the other shit that was discussed was just unnecessary. And there's no way to validate it. You're claiming to be a victim of abuse from this woman, but where's their proof of that? Why you put that out there if you can't prove it? I don't think this did any good. I think all it did was just create more fodder for the internet. It's like a distraction. Do you guys know what I'm saying? What that guy just did right there was just a huge distraction to, I don't know. It's bad. That was bad. I was not expecting that to be what I was going to watch on that video at all. Very, very surprised. And more of the reason for why I will just stay the fuck out of that story. Bad. Just bad. Sussy. Sus. Yeah, that's what my son says. It caused more harm to the case than good. Absolutely. 100%. More harm than good. Dude, I am testing this one candle and I'm telling you, I I give up. I give up. I cannot seem to find the right wick. Well, this one might be the right one. I don't know. I'm what happened with BHB's Big Wolf suit? I don't know. I'm not really sure. I it's another thing I can't spend too much time following. I really don't spend too much time watching, that kind of shit on here. So lately, I've been really just watching a lot of, you know, different stuff, I guess. Mm-mm-mm. Anyway, I can only watch 2 minutes of her. I think that it's probably going to get dismissed at some point in time because, from what I understand, there's a lot of back and forth. I really don't fully understand what's going on. I caught some like Burnt Toast covers that, and I missed part of her last live where she was kind of updating people on it. And to be honest, sometimes I just check out. Like certain subjects, my brain just checks out. I'm like, whatever. Like, just let us know what happens. Like, you know what I'm saying? I can't get too wrapped up into the minutia of everything like some people do with certain things. I just can't. Like, my brain just doesn't go there with certain things. So there's been times I've been like listening to her, but I'm not fully in there. Not fully in there. So it's I don't know. This whole thing's just crazy, honestly. Look, dude, that's a soap opera. This guy is making a soap opera for idiots on the internet to fucking sit there and follow. I am done. I won't be fucking I won't be following it because, in my opinion, it does nothing to help find that poor little boy or figure out what happened to him. It's to me, it's a big distraction. In all honesty, so sad for that poor kid. Doesn't sound like he had many clothes. I would never know what my kids have in the closet. Yeah, but you would know what your kids. Oh well, yeah, I guess, right? I mean, well, most boys are very. My son's got tons of clothes, but I don't know if your guys' kids are like this. But my son tends to wear the same fucking things all the time, even though he's got tons of things to choose from. He wears the same shit all the time. I mean, we all kind of do that. I do it too, right? I gravitate towards certain things, even though I got tons of clothes to choose from. I could wear probably a new fucking outfit every day of the year, but I still wear, you know what I'm saying? I still wear like the same like 5 sweatshirts. Like I have like my favorite things that I like to wear, and that's what I do. So yeah, it's the same Summer Wells drama blueprint. It really is. It's the same fucking thing. Exact thing. Blame the parents, and then, you got the one person that's turning on the other person. Oh my God. So sad. And then you got the people that are participating in it. Because if I was I'm not putting anybody down, but I'm just saying, if I was any of these people, I would not invite this shit up on my panel. I wouldn't want it on my channel. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want to platform any of these parents. I don't care which ones they are. I don't care how you feel. I wouldn't want to be platforming these parents on a channel because now you're participating in the shit show. Mm-mm-mm. I have a lot of clothes, but it'll get too small because perimenopause. Girl, we're all perimenopause in here. I gained weight, but not too much. Actually, I feel like I might have lost a little weight recently because there was a couple of pairs of pants that I had on me that was like just a little too tight. little snug. They still fit, but they were getting a little snug. And lately, they've been feeling like, oh shit, these pants aren't as tight as they were. As long as I don't have to go out and buy new clothes, I'm good. I'm good. Although I could use a few new things for summer, because you know how it is. You go away on vacation. You always like, is everybody else like me, where it's like you go away on vacation and you feel like you need new clothes for your vacation, because we'll be going away in a couple of weeks. And so I feel like I need some new clothes, but we're only going for a couple of days. So you're prepping for next school year? Damn, girl. Our school year hasn't even ended. Well, you know what I think it is, Trailer? I think you get like I do, at least. I get like bloated. I feel like that never happened to me when I was younger. Now that I'm older, I feel like when I eat certain food, I get like super bloated. Like where, I don't know, that never really happened to me before when I was like in my 20s. Personally, I don't feel any of these true crime creators who platform victims are doing it for the right reasons. Girl, I'm 100% with you. Because really, if these people cared about the integrity of the investigation, right, like they all claim they do, why would you have these people on your panel to put themselves in a position where they could say something that could compromise the investigation? You know what I'm saying? On a live interview, you can't control what comes out of somebody's mouth. You know, so it's like once it's out in the public, it's out in the public. That's it. You can't go back and change it. And you know that with situations like this, people are watching, they're screen recording, you know, so it's like, dude, bad. Really bad. Just like that. Like, honestly, if I was a policeman and I was, or an investigator and I was watching that interview right there, that guy said some stuff that's a little weird. It's a little suspicious. I mean, like, you're trying to make it like you're so active and involved in the case, and then you're asked a question about searching looking at Katie and Chris's bodies and seeing if they had any scratches or anything, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't look at them. Oh, I don't listen to her interviews." It's like, wait, dude, you're like so suspicious of them in one instinct, but in the other instinct, you're doing nothing to investigate. Like, what, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have access to them and you're not observing them. Cause I would be fucking watching their every fucking move if I was in that guy's situation and I felt that way. I'd be watching everything that they did. That shit don't fucking make sense. What, dude? What's going on here? Sitting on my ass all day, put the weight on quickly. I had to change my diet. Oh yeah. Girl, if you gained a pound, nobody would even notice over there. You probably wear like a size 2. Get out of here, gaining weight. Where are you gaining weight, girl? Beef Riggs is like freaking model body over there. It is though when you're sitting. I understand when you're at work though. You feel like you're like not being active, sitting at a desk. That's why I liked my last job, because I sat at the desk, but I also did a lot of work on my feet, and it was great. I can't sit at a desk for 8 hours straight. That shit's torture. So, right, Obi. All these manipulated images with this case. Wait, why? Who's manipulating images? Beef Riggs probably goes running every morning at 5 a.m. No, I don't think. Well, she walks the dog. I know that. Alicia's the runner. I don't know how she does that shit. Honestly. Oh, well, that was nice, Jackson, to apologize to Mojo. Jojo. I busted the zipper on my size 2 work pants. Girl. See, I told you wear a size 2. I haven't fit in a size 2 since I was in my 20s. I'm lucky I squeezed my ass into a 4 right now. I can fit in a 4, but sometimes it's a little snug. A little snug. That's funny. As long as I still fit in a 4, I'm good. Well, I went up to a 6 a couple of years ago. That was like scary. I look at a size 2 now and I'm like, I can't even believe I ever fucking fit in that thing. It looks so tiny. I remember when size 2 was huge on me. That shit used to be baggy on me when I was like young. A size 2 was like giant. It looked like I was wearing like a fat person's pants. Now, forget it. I'd probably be lucky if one of my size fits in the waistband. Oh, you run at night? Oh shit. I gotta start walking again with OV. He's good exercise. If anybody wants good exercise, you're more than welcome to come here and walk with this maniac. Because he will certainly give you the exercise you need. They need to have women's size 5s. I know, you could only find them in the juniors department. What is a 5 equivalent to, though? That's what I want to know. Is a 5 like a 4 in like... Because I don't know why they do that. It's so weird with the sizes. I fit into a size 5 in juniors, but I don't know. I was size 6, but 5'7", and I was up to... Yeah, but size 6 is... That's... You're skinny for your height. That's a height I always wished I was. 5'7". I don't know why. I just always wished I had like just a couple more inches. I think in England, our size 8 is your size 6. Yeah, you know what you have to do to convert that shit is I look at H&M clothing. Their fucking sizes are so weird in that place. Their sizing is so fucked up. I was telling my husband this the other day because I brought Jesse to hockey and somebody gave him a like old pair of skates because he needed new skates. So, dude, I don't know how this kid knows, man, but I guess when you skate as much as he does he just knows. Like, you guys probably don't even know this because if you've only just done recreational, ice skating, you wouldn't know these things. But there's like different cuts on the blades, right? So for hockey skaters, so when you're looking down, not when you're looking at the blade like from the long way, when you're looking down the front of the blade, like the toe of the shoe, there's different cuts that they do. Some of them are cut like on an angle, even though it looks like squared off, there's like a slight angle maybe on some of them. And I mean, when I tell you it's slight, you could barely see this thing. So he gets on the ice. This was last season. One of our friends has a sharpener at his house because we're constantly sharpening his skates. So a lot of the parents bought their own sharpeners. So he sharpens Jesse's skates. He brought the sharpener with him. So he sharpens Jesse's skates for him. The second Jesse got on the ice, is like, he looks back at us and he's like, no good, no good. He could tell the little slight difference. And then when I tell you, it's probably like a fucking millimeter of like difference. He could tell. It's fucking crazy. So he wore these new skates at practice the other day. And he's like, as soon as he got on the ice, I knew it was a problem. He's like looking at me and I'm like, dude, like, I knew it was going to be a problem. He's very particular about his equipment and everything. So he gets off the ice. He's like complaining, the tongue's too fat. This is wrong. The boot's not this. I mean, the whole way home, he's like telling me every little minute detail about how these skates were different from his other skates and why he doesn't like them. So anyway, I said, they look big, dude. And I told my husband the other day, I said, we were talking about it and I'm like, he needs new skates. Like, we can't use these. They look too big on him. And he's like, they're the same size as this. I'm like, sometimes I'm trying to explain to him. I'm like, sometimes even in the same brand, right? Like if you buy Nike sneakers, I have 2 different pairs of Nikes. One of them, they're both the same size, but one of them feels bigger on me for some reason, And I'm like, it depends on the shape of the boot, the shoe, that they might run bigger in a certain style. And sure enough, that's exactly what the problem was when he went and got him new skates yesterday and all this shit. And they said that brand of skate, that particular line, the boot's like a little bigger than the normal line, whatever the other line is. I don't know, because I can't tell the difference. They all look like fucking skates to me, But anyway, that's like an H&M. Like, dude, like I'll go try on a pair of shorts and I'll fit in a size 6, right? And then I'll try on a pair of pants and the 6 is like, I can't even get it up over my ass. And I'm like, their sizing is so fucking off. Like, I don't know any other company that has that much of a difference in their sizing from item to item. I mean, because nothing I own from H&M, nothing's the same size. Like, I can't walk in there and just grab a size 6 off the shelf and think that I'm going to fit in it. I don't fit in their size 4 because it's fucking way too tight. Not like a normal size 4, like here. But holy shit. I mean, their clothing, the sizing is just like, it's all over the fucking place. Their tops, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'll be like an extra small on one thing, and then a small will be too small on me in another thing, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? It makes no sense. But my husband was arguing with me because he's like, it's the same company. The sizing's not going to be off. I'm like, yes, it is. I'm like, that happens. Even with sneakers, Nike, Adidas, it doesn't matter. You know, the sizing could just be different because it's a different style. You've been the same size since 6th grade? Holy shit. I used to wear a 5 in high school, but that was only because I liked my clothes baggy on me. Then, you know. But then I mean, when I started dressing in my actual size in my early 20s, late teens, I was like 00. Oh my God. I can't even imagine that. Or 0. But they didn't really, at that time, I felt like they didn't have, like, I used to go in stores and they never had extra small. That was like a newer thing I feel like they started doing. Just caught up. Anyone else get Sarah fucking Palin? Buy some BHB Hawaii. Oh, yeah, you know what? Cupcakes, you're right. That's kind of funny. Wet Seal. Wait, they still have Wet Seal? Sorry, I'm munching on a granola bar. I'm starving. Ooh, the flour. That's what we had. We had Contempo. They didn't have Wet Seal here. It was Contempo in our mall. Same company. They sold the same shit, really, but it was called Contempo. I love that store. My mom used to be like, think it was expensive. I'm like, what? And when I used to go there and shop when I got older and I could, like, you know, afford to buy my own clothes because I had a job, I would shop there and be like, she thought this was expensive. I thought their prices were pretty good. It was Contempo and then it was Wet Seal. But yeah, where I lived in our mall, it was always Contempo. I was so sad when it closed down. I didn't even know that was still around. Is it expensive now? I didn't even know that. I didn't even know it was still around. Contempo Casuals, yes. It was a good store. Chelsea Girl and Concept Man, best stores, and it changed to River Island in the 90s. The Gap. You know what? Oh, I haven't been in a Gap because there's none around here, but I went in one like a while back, and I was like, you know what? Their clothes are bad. Summer clothes. My favorite place to shop always was this store called Joyce Leslie, but I don't think they had them everywhere. I think it was only like a tri-state area, mostly in New York, maybe Connecticut and Jersey. I don't know. Did you see that channel Microdots on the Canton Police and Karen Reed? Good channel. No, never heard of that. Microdots. I've been watching tons of shit on that case because dude, I'm sorry, but there is just something shady going on in the town of Canton, dude. Phones being thrown out, erased. Fucking weird. There is something shady in that town for sure. There's just too many things on that case that are questionable, dude. Way too many things. I don't know what happened to that guy, But I just don't think that that woman purposely backed up into him that night. I don't care. Those texts between her and the other guy, that wasn't enough to convince me that she was, you know, gonna break up. She didn't need anything from that guy. You know what I'm saying? That guy, that I guarantee you, Karen Reed makes more money than John did, right? John O'Keefe did as a police officer. She was a what is she, like a professor or something out of school? She's got an accounting degree. I am sure she drives a Lexus truck. She still had her own house or her own place, whatever it was. There's nothing that you know what I'm saying? Like, what motive would that girl have to kill him? It's not like she's gonna get money out of it, right? Like, it's not like she's not an independent woman who can't walk away, and just do her own thing. I think she was with him. I think she might have felt trapped in the relationship just due to the fact that, the kids and they had known each other for so long and, whatever. But just like many other relationships, they had their issues. I just don't think that she had any motive to kill him at all. Even if they were fighting, I don't see her, risking everything that she has just because she got in a fight with him. It just doesn't even make sense. And that's the one thing the prosecution, I mean, they don't have to prove it, but they haven't really put forth a motive as to why she would have done that. It's like, oh, they got in a fight, so she runs him over with a car and leaves him there. I mean, come on, dude. I don't know about that. I can't see it happening. I just can't see it happening. So something's not right. Who has folding boards? Get out of here. Wasn't micro.lsd? I don't know. I don't know shit about that. Ooh, I got tons of laundry for you to come over here and fold. It was so mean for those people imply he used her for a sitter with benefits over COVID and beyond. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the whole situation's just so weird, but like, I don't know if necessarily, I don't know. I don't know what happened to the guy. It's very, very strange, the whole story. I mean, if she hit him, I don't think she did so purposely, just like she backed into his fucking car by accident. You know what I'm saying? I think I don't know. I don't know about her backing into him and risking her entire life. It's not like if she would have broke up with him, she could have just went home, dude. Like, she still had her own place. Like, you know what I'm saying? She didn't have to rely on the guy for anything. I don't know. I don't think I can't see what they're saying she did. I just can't see it for some reason. Yeah, Brian the Plow Higgins threw his phone away. That shit is weird, dude. Sorry. Why would you throw the phone away? I have never thrown a phone away in my life. I still have my first well, not my first cell phone. I don't know where that went. My mom probably sold it on eBay or something. But I still have my what do you call it? My flip phone, like my last flip phone. I have my Nokia, not Nokia. What was it? It was like a Palm Pilot, but it wasn't the Palm Pilot. It was called something else. Oh, I can't remember the name of it now. Fuck. Whatever. I still have most of my old phones. 90% of them. My old flip phone from like the early 2000s, right? I have I'm trying to think of the name of the phone. I can't think of it. Actually, you know what? I might have my Nokia somewhere downstairs. I have almost every phone, unless lately I haven't been keeping them just because, the new way that they do the phones where they make you like turn it in for a lease or whatever. So I have to trade them in when I get a new phone. But every phone up until my iPhone 8 I have still. I've never thrown a phone away in my life. So I'm like, I don't know. It's like the guy just threw his phone in the garbage. It's an iPhone, dude. Like, you could sell that shit. That's fucking weird. I'm sorry. Fucking weird. And what was the reason for it? Well, he said that what? Too many people got his personal phone number. Like, all right, dude, change your number. You know, you don't need to get a new phone if people got your number. It don't make sense. That just doesn't make sense. Now, I don't think that, there was a motive for him to kill what's his name over Karen Reed. I don't know if I'm willing to go there, but come on, dude, you throw your phone away? Yeah, and he destroyed the SIM card. Like, that's fucking weird, man. That's majorly suspicious. Majorly suspicious. Jennifer McCabe's a fucking liar. That's all I know. I can't believe I'm like, wow, where do they have in the water in fucking Canton there in Massachusetts? Like, I've never seen so many people that can't remember things. I mean, I've watched a lot of the testimony at this point, and I'm just shocked at how many people just can't remember things. Like, I don't think they lured him to the house to kill him that night. Like, I'm not in that group, but something happened, dude. Maybe he got hit. Maybe Brian Higgins hit him with the plow. The guy was tanked. Who knows? By accident. And then they just covered that up. I don't necessarily know if there was a fight, but I'll tell you what, the condition that his body was in looks more like he got hit with a fucking plow than he did, somebody backing into him. I mean, the state's theory just makes no sense to me. I know most people don't like this guy, Turtle Boy, but he did a test video right in front of the house where he went in reverse. Now, again, he was doing it during the summer. Okay. He had his t-shirt on, so the weather was nice, and it was during the day. He went in reverse doing 20. He couldn't even get up to 23 miles an hour. He said it felt like it was too fast and he was going to lose control of the car. So he did like a test at 17 to 19 miles an hour, backing up over, I think it was like 60 feet. And it was like, dude, I don't know. I still don't think she would have killed him at that point. But like, he made a good point in the video. And again, I know people hate the guy, but he made a really good point in the video. Like, was John O'Keefe just standing in the street? 60 feet, dude. She had at 23 miles an hour. The guy filming it, I mean, he's standing 60 feet away. You would have enough time to jump out of the fucking way if you saw a car backing towards you. You're telling me he was just standing there waiting for her to hit him? Like, it just doesn't even make sense when you think about it. They have to say that, though, because they can't say, oh, yeah, she killed him backing up into him 5 miles an hour, because that's just completely unbelievable. But backing into him doing, even like 17 miles an hour, I don't know if that would kill the guy. I mean, like I told you guys last time, I've seen 2 people get hit by cars in my life and going way faster than that. And they lived and like had minor cuts and scrapes. I mean, obviously every, situation is different and depends on where you were hit. But then like, it just doesn't even make sense, because he has a scratch on the front of his arm, a thing on the back of his head, a gash that nobody noticed until he passed away. It just doesn't even make sense. No road rash. He landed in the grass. Okay. Where did those scratches come from? There was snow on the ground a little bit. There was like a dusting of snow, but like, unless there was like a giant branch laying on the ground, which I've never heard anything of the sorts, where do you get all those scratches from? It doesn't even make sense. Yeah, a house full of cops, and a cop that lives across the street whose Ring camera just happened to be not working that night, which I gotta say is kind of believable, because they aren't the most reliable always. Oh, I saw the head wound on the back of his head. It's huge, dude. That's somebody hit you with a bat or some shit to get something like that. I mean, it's very odd. And then you would think if he got hit in the car by the car, his ribs, something would be broken, right? No broken bones. I don't know. Laura blames the dog. I don't think the dog, well, a lot of people do. That's not even Laura's theory, because that's a theory that's been out. Well, Laura's whole theory that she said on her live, that last time she went live, it doesn't even make sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It's not her theory. That's not what I meant to say. That's not her theory. She didn't come up with that. That theory's been out since I knew about the case. That the dog, they got in a fight, the dog scratched his arms. That's not, what killed him, but I don't think the dog killed him. But because I don't know of anybody dying from scratches on the arms. But something happened. You know what I'm saying? The car has no damage, only a light. And right, and there's a video of her backing into his car out of the driveway. So like, how the fuck, I'm sorry, I don't think a person's body would break a taillight anyway. Like, I mean, you'd have to be a literal brick shit house to break the fucking taillight on a car. I mean, that's, how strong that plastic is? I mean, they don't break that easily. Like, I think that's ridiculous. Plus, the taillight was on that truck is like kind of high up. I don't know. And it probably would have hit him in like the arm or something, like where it's like soft. I don't know. I just can't even imagine the taillight breaking from hitting a person. That just sounds ridiculous. Where the SUV backup black box info. Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. There might be, because most cars, I don't know about a Lexus, truck, but I know a lot of cars like record your speed, and shit like that. Yeah. Just like, what's his name got busted with that shit. Holy shit. I'm having a brain fart. Mick, what's his name? Not Mick. The guy in South Carolina, the one that was a lawyer or whatever, killed his wife and son. I can't think of his name all of a sudden. I'm having a total brain fart. Chief Police Bergwitz retired months later after John O'Keefe's death. Microdots has video of retirement party. Brian Albert is there. Brian Albert retired under 30 years, not Higgins. Wait a second. You know what? I did find some channel last night where they were playing a video of them all in like the where her car was. What the hell do they call that area? God, I'm having like total fucking brain farts. Person who got hit by a car here had a lot of random abrasions that didn't look like they would come from a car. I mean, in the same spot though, like that on your arm, like landing on grass. I don't know. Kind of like something has to be there to cause a scratch like that, like grass. If you would have landed if they said he landed on the asphalt, I'd be like, okay, road rash. But even that's not what road rash looks like, at least that I ever seen. There's someone here at work who could bust a taillight with her ass. Get out of here. The Sally Port. Yeah, that's it. I couldn't think of the name. There's like 20 cops in there looking at it. It's like so weird. I mean, the cover-up theory, I feel is a little far-fetched in the sense that like really that many people are in on it. That's like a little much. But maybe it's not that many people. Maybe it was only a couple people left at the house at that point in time when something happened. Who knows? I don't know if I go for like the whole fight in the house theory, but something happened, dude. Clearly. No, the medical examiner hasn't testified yet. But in the defense's opening, I think it was in the defense's opening arguments. I don't know. I listen to so many videos now. I'm getting confused, but they did say that hypothermia was like a huge, contributor to his cause of death. So I like that. That's what I was like. Those injuries that he has, even though the gash on the back of his head seems pretty bad, they don't seem enough to me to warrant like him dying. I don't know, or being unable to like pick his phone up, unless that blow to the back of his head was that bad. I mean, it is a pretty bad gash on the back of his head, but a hypothermia seems more like it makes more sense to me that he died from being out in the cold plus bleeding. Car is only going. It's a weird situation for sure. I mean, yeah, weird shit does happen. I saw 2 people get hit by a car. No damage, except the girl took the fucking mirror off the door. I mean, because it hit her. Like, I don't know about breaking a tail light. That just seems far-fetched to me. And again, doing that in reverse is like, dude, like nobody heard a car screeching. You're telling me inside the house, nobody heard a car screeching, or there was no tire tracks or anything out there on the lawn. I mean, because she would have lost control doing that on an icy road. There would have been like tire tracks or something there. Although they say that there was like something from her U-turn, but when she finally came to a stop, her tires would have dug into the lawn or the snow or something like that. And how do you get a gash on the back of his head, though? Was he like backwards? Like, I don't, it just doesn't. Where would the gash come from if he was hit by a car? If he was facing the car while it hit him and he fell back on the grass, I don't think the grass would cause a gash in the back of his head that much. That's, and then, so was he hit from behind? That doesn't make sense either. I mean, I saw an animation, I told you guys, and I'm like, that does not make sense. He's like, she's backing up and he like bends forward almost like to like into the car. Like, it's like, dude, who would do that? I don't care how many drinks you had, dude. Like, if you see in a car, yeah, your reaction time's going to be off a little bit, but you're not going to stand there and wait for somebody to fucking hit you. The guy got out of the car. He didn't have a jacket on, right? So you're telling me he stood there? Why would you, if somebody's dropping you off at a house, why would you get out of the car and just stand there? Wouldn't you walk away and go into the house? Like, so you just stand there and you watch the person drive away, and then what? They back into you, and you just stand there from 60 feet away and watch somebody just back up, and you don't move out of the way if it looks like they're going to hit you. I don't know, man. That seems very far-fetched, in my opinion. True, a rock, a sprinkler head, but there was no, I mean, as far as I know, I haven't heard any evidence that there was any such thing found on the lawn with his blood on it. Because there was snow, right? A little bit. My ex-husband ran into a parked car on his bike while he was drunk. He got jacked up. Oh, shit. There's some weird testimony as if he was face down and rolled over on his back the whole time. Wait, what do you mean? There was some weird testimony as if he was face down and rolled over on his back the whole time. I don't know what that means. Maybe the sharp bit of the hydrant, but that's being generous. Yeah, because he was found kind of far away from the hydrant, from what I understand. I don't know. Again, though, even if she did hit him and that was all caused by him being hit, I just don't, which is kind of far-fetched for me personally. I feel like I don't think she did it on purpose. Like, really think about it, right? She knows, first of all, he's a cop. Obviously, she knows that. And she's pulling up to a house with all cops. And you're going to do that in front of a cop's house? 2 cops. There's a cop that lives across the street, too. You're going to, well, I mean, I'm sorry. The person that owns the house isn't a cop, but the family is in law enforcement. Like, the whole family, those people are going to be there. You just came from a place where you're hanging out with mostly other police officers. They're all going back to this house. You know that there might be more people showing up. Why would you do that on purpose in front of a house like that? It just doesn't even make sense. Like, what fucking idiot would be like, hey, I'm going to kill somebody. Let me do it while there's a bunch of fucking cops around. And I'm going to kill a cop of all people, too. Like, because, that's not going to be investigated into the fucking, oblivion. Like, it doesn't even make sense when you think about it. It's like, if she wanted to kill him, why right there, right then? Why? To make it look like an accident? It doesn't make sense. If that was the case and she wanted to make it look like an accident, that's when you hit him and then you fucking get out of the car and call 911. You don't leave him there. It just doesn't make sense. Unless she jumps up and says, okay, I did it. There's just way too much reasonable doubt. And because defense doesn't have to prove what happened. If the jury are unsure, they legally have to not guilty. Right. Or hung jury. There could be some that, that think she did it and some that think she did it, think she didn't. Either way, I don't think it was a first degree intentional homicide charge, I mean, that's a stretch in and of itself. Oh, their fucking relationship was toxic as fuck, clearly. I mean, like I said the other day, like why they went on vacation with like 30 other people. Like, I don't know. If I'm going to spend the money to go on vacation with my husband, I want to go with my husband. I don't want to go with 30 other fucking couples, Like, fuck that shit. They like, I don't know. Me and my husband, we're not into like the whole fucking going out to bars and shit still. So, there was definitely a little bit of a toxic relationship going on there without question. Obviously. Little immaturity, you could just tell by the conversations she had with the Brian Higgins guy. Like there's immaturity there. Thank you, Beefer. T-shirt that waited this though for hours that swapped 8 months later. Yeah, that don't make sense. Hold on. Yeah, I can't see them returning a guilty verdict on this one though. There's way too much reasonable doubt. And like you said, they don't have to prove what happened. They just have to raise reasonable doubt. That's it. They don't have to prove any other theory or point to anybody else. The sad thing is, and I was listening to commentary on this from some attorneys, I forget which one, and they were saying like the sad thing is that if she's innocent in the end, right? If she gets off with this, nobody's ever going to be charged for this man's death, and then his family's never going to get answers, and nobody's going to know what happened to him. And that's so sad, because clearly something happened. It's just what exactly happened and who did it. I mean, I believe that they could have been fighting that night, fine. People said they were getting along fine at the bar, but you know how that goes sometimes. Sometimes you save that shit. You're like, I'm going to put that in my back pocket till we're alone, And then when you got in the car, you fucking unload. You're like, excuse me, sir, I mean, I've been there back in the day. That's why, man, the drinking and fucking going out as a couple shit, to me, it hardly ever works. It really doesn't work that great. The 911 operator was told he rolled over onto his back. I can't remember whose call it was, but it's confusing. I assumed he was on his back. Yeah, that's what I thought too, because that makes even less sense. How would he fall forward? If he was facing the car and got hit, he would fall on his back. I mean, he could have rolled over essentially, right? But how would you know that? How would you know that? How would you know that he rolled over if you weren't there when it actually happened? The woman that called, I heard the 911 call is from Jen McCabe, and she describes him as a man is laying in the snow. A man is laying in the snow. And let me tell you, if Karen Reed is fucking guilty, she did some great job acting that night. Because the other two are calm as fuck. They're just standing there. I'd be like, what the fuck? I'd be like pacing back and forth, but I know everybody acts differently. But she called that shit in like she was calling in like a fucking call for like she does this shit all the time. A man found in the snow. Like normal people don't say that. They'd be like, my friend's in the snow. Like, I think it's weird that Jen McCabe was texting with him so much too. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know. I'm very weird. I guess I'm kind of old school like that. There's some people in my, like in the hockey world, right? Where like the moms get like too involved and they're like texting the dads, and it's like, I don't know. Most of the wives let the dads handle shit. The moms will be texting the coaches and shit. Like that shit's weird to me. I don't know. Very strange. Never said, right. Doesn't say he's a Boston cop, right? Wouldn't that be the first thing you would say? There's a police officer. This man's a police officer. He's down in the grass. Doesn't go in the house, right, to get anything. The sisters sleep. I would have been banging on the front door. Let me in. Let me get blankets. Let me get something to warm them up. There's a whole house. It's not like it's in like the middle of a, strangers or like a city intersection where you don't know anybody. She's literally out in front of her sister's house And at no point does she think, let me go run in the house while we're waiting for the ambulance and go get blankets or try to bring him inside or something where it's warm. No, she just literally fucking stood there. I don't know if she was, it sounded like she was sitting in the car when she made the 911 call because you could hear the windshield wipers going. I mean, like normal person would, I would have been banging on the door. I wouldn't care what time it was. There's a man dying on your front lawn, dude. You know, I would have been ringing the doorbell, fucking going, ringing her phone, calling her, something to alert them, screaming. I don't know. And then the people in the house don't wake up. There's all this commotion in front of the house and they don't hear it. That's fucking weird too. Oh yeah, she butt dialed what, 6 times? First of all, how do you butt dial that many times? You would have to put your passcode in, right? And open your phone with your face, I would assume, right? Or put your passcode in. I mean, I haven't butt dialed people in a long time, unless my phone's in my hand and I accidentally, you know, and it's on already. But like a literal butt dial, if that's what she says happened, I haven't had that happen in a long time. Unbutt dialing, ending the call. And I'm sorry, but the search, you cannot fucking ignore that. I mean, you're going to tell me Cellbrite data is reliable in every other case except this one fucking case and that one, you know, search that she did. It's just all of a sudden became unreliable. Just for that though. Everything else is accurate, right? But there's the Cellbrite data from that one search that you did is wrong for some reason. The time is wrong. Get the fuck out of here. That's what I want to see. Yeah, they leave their door unlocked. That's what I heard. So you're telling me that the Cellbrite just was wrong and recorded the search at the wrong time, right? 4 hours before. And then why would you search that multiple times? Come on, dude. That right there in and of itself don't look right. You searched it, you spelt it wrong, but not wrong enough. We all know how Google works, right? If you're like a letter off like that, Haas long to die in cold, Google's going to know what you mean, you know, and it's going to put in the right thing. You're going to get the right results, even if you spell one letter wrong. So you search it again, and then your spelling's even worse the next time. Doesn't make sense. Haas long to die in cold. Haas. I don't know, dude. I just don't, it ain't adding up. That shit to me, when I first heard of this case, when I heard of that search, I was like, oh, dude, that's not good. That's not good. I mean, shit, could it be a coincidence? Yes. If it's a coincidence, it's the coincidence of all coincidences in the world. I mean, really, what is the fucking chances? You know, that there's a guy dying in the cold out in the front lawn and you're Googling that the same night at a house you were at. I mean, shit. I just I watch the testimony and the body language for me is just off. And I'm trying to be like objective still. I'm not trying to like lean towards either side because I don't know what happened that night. I don't like, I have no idea what actually happened that night, but I do know when people are acting suspicious, and her testimony over everybody else's seems the most suspect to me. It does. And it could be just nerves, you know, maybe she's just nervous because she knows what people are thinking, but I don't know. Searching when police and EMS are right there. Ask them for fuck's sake. No, the search happened when she was home, though. Oh, yeah, right. I get what you're saying. Her story, right. Why would Karen, right, ask her to Google that when there's right, when there's police officers and EMS and everybody who could answer the question right there? Yeah, doesn't make too much sense. Unless they were like not answering her. But again, isn't there like dashboard camera? Like the other thing was about the cracked taillight. Didn't they pull up at his house? And the 2 girls that went with her got out of the car. And I find it really weird that Jen McCabe was driving her car. I don't know. Like, what did she have, control issues or something? Why'd she have to drive her car? But I find that really strange that she was driving Karen Reed's car, right? And anyway, the other girl gets out, and they made it like there was a conversation that took place in the driveway about the taillight, but you could see right on the video that they don't even talk to each other. One of them gets out of the car and runs. Karen then gets out of the car and runs, and then the other girl gets out of the car and runs. So where'd that conversation take place? Because it wasn't in the driveway where you said it was. It ain't adding up, dude. Do what Laura pretends to do. Dude, I ain't doing nothing Laura does. Fuck that shit. Do what Laura pretends to do. She's working on her website, all right, dude? Leave her alone. She's redoing the website for the 9 millionth time this year, but this time she's got a marketing person that's telling her how to fucking list her pictures or whatever the fuck she says. I'll tell you right now, she ain't working that hard. Never adds up. I'm sorry, but I ain't buying that she's working that hard on a fucking website. When the one thing you depend on to survive, you know, you're like, yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna fucking go live. I gotta work on this website. Sure, Dad. That combo is supposedly when they leave John O'Keefe's house, but alleged missing ring footage. Yeah, dude, there's a lot of missing, unanswered, unknowns in this case, and it's too many for me to handle. I'm waiting for the medical examiner and then any other expert witnesses that come up there, because I feel like that's gonna, like JP said earlier, that's what this case is gonna come down to in the end. Because people's testimonies aren't always reliable anyway in court. You know, you hope that people are telling the truth, but I feel like juries more, you know, tend to lean towards expert testimony. There's something rotten in Denmark, Laura. Yeah, girl, there's something rotten. Something's up. She's up to something. I don't know what it is. It must be her social experiment to see if anyone will miss her. Look, I don't buy it because, look, Laura's been going through drama for years. And it was bad a few years ago when I was friends with her. And I used to tell her all the time, Laura, maybe you should just take a break, you know, take a little time off from YouTube. And I mean, she would not fucking do it, you know? I mean, you couldn't fucking pay her. Yeah, she has some shit going on now. So maybe, you know, could that be potentially why she's fucking taking a little break? I don't know. But I just ain't buying it. There's something else going on. It don't make too much sense. How can you have a successful business, candle business when you change your website? I don't know, dude. I don't know. She's got a marketing person though, so don't worry, BFers. Maybe she got a job at Walmart. Wait, who put a picture of her working at Walmart? Shut up. She doesn't have a business. She has an empire. Yeah, something fucking weird is going on though, to say the least. Like, she's been going through all this drama and shit. You're gonna tell me all of a sudden, oh, it's too much now. It was way worse a couple of years back, dude. I mean, she had like 30 people fucking a day making videos about her. You know, I'm sorry, I just don't buy it. I mean, I think personally she needs a fucking log off boo boo break, Laura. But do I think when she returns, is she going to be a changed person? No, I don't. I don't know. There's something else going on, though, besides, you know, when she comes up and starts making a shit ton of excuses like that, you know something's up. You know, it's this, it's that, it's the other thing. It's like, bro, your whole life depends on YouTube. Like, how do you, you know, how are you able to take off a fucking month or however long a break from this? Unless you came into some money or some shit. Maybe she like sued somebody. Who knows? Maybe she got a real job. Maybe she's operating a clip channel right now, clipping my every fucking word. Who knows? You never know. Because it seems like she is. She can take me down with a clip channel, bro. She can take me out with a little clip channel, making a million stupid videos about me every morning. Tagging me every morning. She should let solo moms talk to the wives? Huh? Oh, I always found it uncomfortable coming. Yeah, no, I don't fucking talk to the coaches like that. That's fucking weird shit. Like, if I don't like the way a coach is coaching my son, then I'll find a new coach before I'm gonna call a coach up and tell him how to do his job. Someone send that pic to MM, please. I've never seen that. You are more obsessed with Laura than making art. Oh, yeah, dude, totally. Really, dude? Have you been on my community page in the last couple of weeks or no? I don't make art. I don't know what do you mean making art? I mean, go on my community page and then tell me that I'm more obsessed with Laura than making art. Jackson's drunk again, clearly. Look up the photo. Someone had it as the only thing on their channel. Oh my God. Somebody's got to send me that. Beer 7. Yeah. Just fucking drinking all day coming in here. Honestly, like you're about to go on the block list permanently because you're just disruptive and annoying. You could cancel your membership too. I don't care. I don't need whatever it is that you're giving me. I seriously would rather not have the money and not have you annoying the shit out of everybody in my chat every time I'm live than accepting your money. Just saying. But who knows? Jackson could be related to some other fucking people around here. Yeah. I mean, everybody was pretty much ignoring you the whole time we were live. Because, like, it's just belligerent nonsense that nobody cares to interact with at this point. And you're just trying to derail and think that we're stupid. Did anybody else see this person in anybody else's chats ever? Because I don't. I think she can't keep up with the cancer drama. I've heard some interesting theories, I'll say, on where she is and what she's doing, but I'll keep my mouth shut. I'll keep my mouth shut on that one. Jackson goes into nonsense as chats. That's interesting, Beefergs. Does he do the same thing in her chat? Huh. Yeah, no, something's definitely off. Way off. But who knows with her? Who knows? She's building the candle empire, guys. Don't worry. Everything's going to be okay. Oh, he behaves there, so he's only an asshole in my chat. That's interesting. Where the fuck are my sunglasses? I had them on earlier today. Lots of trolls. So many trolls, so little time. Obviously, you make money off cancer. And plus, it's obvious you make money off cancer and she's not abusing it. What do you mean? Everybody wants to see the picture. I'm sure it's like a joke picture. Like somebody put her head on a Walmart worker's body. Maybe she had to get a real job. This would be a really shitty time, just saying, for her to have to get a fucking real job, but perp show the port. I thought she showed it on a live stream. I'll be honest with you, I seen it and I was like looking and going, where is there a port? But then again, I don't know. I don't know what a cancer port's supposed to look like. I think Alicia showed hers and there was like a bandage from what I remember. And when Laura showed it, I didn't see a damn thing. I didn't see nothing. Like I didn't see anything there. She like pulled her shirt on over on the side, but I didn't see anything. Like there was nothing there. There was no like bandage or anything. Then again, it's so hard to see anything on her screen because it's like so tiny when she cams up. It's like a little fucking tiny box and it's like microscopic. So, maybe I just didn't see it. I don't know. I thought she said she showed it or something. Fast forward. Maybe she is not well and decided to just take care of herself and stay away from the drama. Yeah, well, right. Like Beeford said, I would agree, except for that she jumped up on, panels. I don't know who else's panel she's been on. I know she was on that what's that girl's name? Deets panel, like about, I don't know, what was it, 2 weeks ago? A week ago? And and on that panel she admitted that she's what did you say she was doing? Research or some shit? Homework? I don't know. She was doing something. Lurking, some kind of shit. So she's still floating about YouTube. She hasn't gone anywhere. A port has several points on it. It sticks out of the skin pretty much. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't remember seeing anything, but I don't care either way. Like if I say I don't care, if she's lying about it, that's her fucking cross to bear. At the end of the day, I don't think she's lying about it. I'm just saying, I think that's her cross to bear if she is. It's not my fucking problem. Why does anyone care? It's nice without her. I don't know. I think people are just making conversation in the chat. It is kind of nice without her. It is. It's peaceful. Where the fuck are my glasses, dude? They usually don't remove the poorly bleached. They usually keep it in for a while. Sometimes years. Ooh, I wouldn't want that. The exes. I don't need to see anything. Like I said, if she's fucking lying about that shit, God will take care of her ass in the end, or wherever she's gonna go. If you lie about having cancer, dude, that shit, you're an automatic fucking idiot in my book. Because that's nothing. But I don't think she is. I don't think she is. We're figuring out what to do with you. No, I don't need you figuring out anything for me, dude. You should probably figure out where the nearest fucking AA meeting is. That's what you should probably be figuring out right now. Don't worry about what I'm doing. I'm fine. She was on Brittany J's panel 2 nights ago. Oh, was she? Yeah. So there's something else going on there then. Why would you be like, oh, I can't go on YouTube, the drama, this and that. But then it doesn't make any sense. But I'll be on other people's panels. Like, maybe she can't make a, certain amount of money or something on her panel. So she don't want to go live. Because I don't understand. Why would you be able to go on other people's channels, right? But not your own. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That's where you lost me there on that one. It's like, wait, you could go on everybody else's panel, but you can't go on your own? That makes no fucking sense. And it's not even, I don't even believe it's because people are reviewing her. Because guess what? If people didn't review Laura, she wouldn't be fucking relevant on here. Honestly. It's not like everybody's like, oh, Laura, come back. We miss your true crime coverage. It was so good. No, it said nobody ever, So it's like, too many weird excuses there, girl. It ain't fucking adding up. And like I said, if you were around years ago, right, the drama she was involved in, I'll say from 2019 to like 2022 was like the height of like the Laura drama. 2021, I mean, you're talking like multiple channels coming after her on a fucking daily basis. Hard. Bigger channels, I shall say. So you're going to tell me now all of a sudden she's like, oh my God, I can't take this. No, she loves fighting with people, dude. She fucking enjoys fighting with people. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Laura enjoys fighting with people. She does. That's why she goes up on the panels that she goes up on, because she just wants to fucking argue with people. You know? Which is so weird, because the Burgundy Blues person is the same fucking way. All they want to do is argue with people. They love fucking arguing too. They'll find any comment just to try to go over there and instigate an argument with somebody so that they can say what they have to say, because they're too bitch ass to go make a video with their voice on it or put themselves on a fucking panel. Maybe she's in rehab. Ooh, shit. No, because I don't think she'd be able to go on panels in rehab, no? I just think it's so funny, the fucking theories that everybody comes up with, though. I just think she's been, working hard with her marketing people and really, really plugging away at that fucking website. Where the fuck are my glasses, dude? I've been walking around in circles for the last 10 minutes looking for them. I gotta go to the store. This is like infuriating. I swear to God, I need like those air tags on like everything I own. I need an air tag on every fucking thing that I own, because I lose everything. Welcome to having ADHD, folks. The life of an ADHDer. Madderall detox, maybe. They tried to make me go for what? Oh, you're singing this song. Try to go to rehab. I said no, no, no. They tried to take away my Adderalls. I said no. Oh shit. Oh shit. There'll be 20 fucking videos. I'll be tagged tomorrow on like 20 clips about this. And like the 3 people that give a fuck will be like, wow. Wow. All right, I guess I'll just wear a different pair of sunglasses. The whole reason I really want to find them is because I just want to make sure that they're, wherever they are, they're not somewhere that we could get them and destroy them. I just like, where would I have put them? They're not in my car. They're not in the house. I had them on, I thought, when I came in the house. They gotta be somewhere in here. Does anybody own the pink stuff, the cleaner? Because my shit's like, it got all dried up and funky. I bought the liquidy one. I don't know if it's as good, but... And you keep posting this cheesy jewelry every 10 minutes. Really? Every 10 minutes? Oh my God. Good Lord, dude. Stinks obsessing over a troll Burgundy Blues. I'm not obsessing over them. I think you got that a little backwards, dude. I'm not the one waking up every morning and posting videos about them and tagging them to try to get their attention. That would be what they do every morning. Maybe you are the troll Burgundy Blues. You kind of sound like them right now. Sound like Laura, bro. Yeah, for real. I was a fan of you, but you went totally downhill. Okay, so why do you keep coming in my chat every day, dude? Don't come in here anymore. Like I said, thanks for your whatever you're paying, 99 cents, $1.99, whatever it is, and fucking see your way out, dude. Ain't nobody needs you here. When you get in here, bitch. I totally went downhill. Totally. I don't care, dude. My channel's a fucking shit show. I openly admit that. I mean, nobody's forcing you to, be in the chat there, dude. You could just fucking unsubscribe and not watch me. Watch somebody else. I love when people complain about that shit. Don't fucking come in here and watch. Like, is somebody holding a gun to your head making you watch my fucking channel? No. If it went downhill, oh well. Sorry to disappoint you, dude. Oh, I'm not here to fucking, make you happy. Yeah, mean drunks are annoying. First of all, a fan is fucking weird because, like, I'm just a regular person talking on the internet. So I don't fucking refer to people as fans on here. I'm not famous. Yeah, mean drunks are the worst. They're the worst. Go make your millions. I'm getting tired of this fucking person, though. They was nice and quiet in the chat, and then they came in about halfway through and just started up with the stupid comments that they make. Like the fucking pointless comments. It's like, dude, nobody's even interacting with you. You're basically talking to yourself at this point, which is fine if that's what you want to do. I don't come in here every day. Well, that I wouldn't think you do because I'm not live every day. But also, you're in here almost every time I'm live, dude. I would say 99.9% of the time that I'm live, you're here. Just starting shit with people in my chat. And honestly, everybody asks me to block you, and I'm like, no, just let them stay. But it's kind of annoying when, like, the whole chat is just your comments, and they don't even make sense half the time. Like, you're not even talking about the topic, like anything even closely related, which is fine. You're allowed to have whatever conversation you want. It's just, then you start attacking people in my chat. And honestly, I should fucking block your ass just for that. Because you shouldn't be fucking fighting and attacking people in my chat. It's, annoying. Nobody should have to come in here and deal with that shit. Fair weather fan. Yeah. Thinking we don't know you're a whole ass troll. Whole ass troll. And have been this whole time. I mean, you don't go in any other chat really except nonsense, I guess. Yeah, that person's always weird. Saying fucking random shit. Just trying. Their whole thing here is to just try to derail the chat every fucking time they come in here. No matter what it is. They're always talking about shit that I don't even know. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, you know what I'm saying? If you're talking about, like, actually having, like, a normal conversation with another person about something else, cool. But, like, at the time, I don't even know what the fuck is going on. I'll, like, look at the comments and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, what is this person talking about? Because I don't think it's a guy. It's a fucking woman. Troll. Maybe they're Mark. Oh, shit. My topics are boring. So, like, dude, just go watch something else, bro. If my topics are boring, I don't fucking care. What do you think? I'm going to cry because you think that? I don't fucking care. If my topics are boring, go fucking watch something that's not boring. I'm not here to have fucking be the next PewDiePie. Yeah, Shannon, tell him what's up. It makes no sense. You're going to sit here and be like, it's boring? All right, cool, man. Mark, oh my God, I remember that weirdo. They're still around. They didn't go nowhere. They probably just have another fucking 900 accounts. I said no. My topics are boring, but you're sitting in the chat half the time talking to yourself, dude. I mean, you're like, yeah, man, I like planes. Planes are cool. I'm going to get a plane. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You got your pilot's license? What the fuck are you talking about? No, I'm definitely not here to please that guy. Jackson Ismaili saw his wiener when he flashed it on Hello Starlight's panel. Wait, he went up on Starlight's panel? Fucking, what? Are you serious? Ugh. God, nobody needs to see that shit. He's one of those probably RDA. I mean, dude, if you're going and showing your fucking penis on people's panels, I gotta question your sanity. Like, purposely doing that shit. I think you're gonna cry. Yeah, I probably am. I definitely am. What do you mean you think? LK is definitely against the green. Wait, they really went up on the panel? I never even knew that. How do you know it was their penis though? Like maybe it was somebody else's fucking a video or something. I'm definitely gonna cry, guys. Tonight, tomorrow, and maybe the next day. In fact, I might spend the whole weekend just fucking crying. Because this person doesn't like me. I'm gonna cry. Jackson used to be friends with Hello Starlight. It was on his paddle a few years ago. Holy shit, I never knew that. No, Jetsar, I really just don't care. If I actually cared, I wouldn't go live. Like, I just come on here to bullshit with you guys and pass time. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what this is for me. I'm not here to make a fucking, big YouTube channel or be anything special. It is what it is. Like, who gives a fuck? You know what? It's like anything else in life, right? When you get like a job, when you start working at a new job, you take your job so seriously in the beginning, and then like as time goes on, it's not like you don't take it seriously anymore, but it's like you become like a little more lackadaisical, and like some of the things I don't know that you thought were so important probably aren't that important. Like YouTube's the same way. In the very beginning, it's like I was like balls to the wall, and now I'm just like whatever. Like it is what it is, And I just fucking, it's not that fucking important anymore. None of this shit is important. Although I never really took it all that seriously to begin with, anyway. Cause like, dude, there's so many fucking channels. Like the chances of you hitting it big on YouTube is so slim to none. And if you don't put the work into it, you're not gonna get anywhere. So I don't put the work into it. So like, why would I expect to have subscribers or like have a big channel? Like I don't care about that shit. I don't fucking care. If there's 10 people in here, cool. If there's fucking 100 people in here, cool. It don't matter. I don't fucking care. It don't matter. Like most of the time there's the same people are chatting no matter what chats you go in, and then the viewers change, and there's a lot of people that watch and don't chat, or they watch on the replay or whatever, like, but I mean, you're not gonna, I don't expect people to fucking like every single fucking video that I do. Right. People don't care, Who would name their channel I shit myself twice? What? Who wrote that? That's fucking weird. Could it be who's ex? Who? Could it be a cloned account? No, because they're a member on my channel. Unless the other clone became a member on my channel. But I highly doubt that. I think it's the same person. They just get fucking angry because they're, supposedly drinking. Who knows? They're just a troll. They're somebody who's just bored and just likes to fucking troll on the internet. That's what it comes down to. And get reactions out of people. It's like I'm getting paid to listen. Yeah, exactly. I'm getting paid to talk to you guys. In a way, right? Everybody has memberships. I come live, and it's not my job. I wouldn't consider it a fucking job because I can't like live off of it. But it's like to me, that's what it's like, spending a couple of hours on the phone with a friend. You're talking to a friend, except the friend ain't talking back. But you guys are talking back because I can read your comments in the chat. It's just like not having a real fucking conversation. But like, when I was first here, I took it so serious, like not so seriously, but like I took it more seriously. Like, oh, who's this troll and this and that. And then like after being trolled for fucking 5 years, you're like, all right, whatever, dude. It's like, whatever. You come in here, people talk shit. They're too fucking, scared to say it on their own fucking account. Whatever. Probably gifted. No, they've been a member for, I don't know, ever since they've been here. So ever since they started coming in my chat, they'll be back in the next time I go live, and they'll be like, I'm sorry. It'll be the same fucking song and dance. Eventually, I'll just fucking block them. It's kind of gotten annoying, to be quite honest with you. Like, I'll let you fuck around and be a dick in the chat for a little bit, but, you know, like, if you're just coming here to disrupt and be, like, mean to people in my chat, I don't need that shit. Constantly. You made me laugh. Me, Kago, I don't even know what that word is. Kago do Vessi? I can't read that. Oh, Laura definitely has a million people on her block list. I still laugh to this day, though, the day that fucking Tiffany came in the chat. And she could only see Keith Utzi and my mods. That was fucking great. We're all friends here. I don't know about that. I would bust out laughing here, creative pronounce. I can't even say it, so I'm not even going to go there. I tried. Something. Nope. Sorry. All right, I got to go in the store, so I'm going to end this. Oh my God. Take you off ever? Take you off what? I'm fucking sweating. All right, let me go. I'm gonna go in the store and I'll see you guys. I hope is today Friday? Yeah, I think it is. Hopefully you guys all have a great weekend. Get out and get some sunshine. And I'll see you guys next week sometime. Peace.